Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to the Law Tigers Sacramento Mile, presented by Knauf Insulation. It is round number 15, Progressive American Flat Track. The Mission Super Twins are staging up right now, about to enter the racetrack for the very first time. It's been a while since we've been here. The fairgrounds was actually closed, and it is open up and ready for business. Bikes are about to hit the track right now. First round of practice. The Mission Super Twins, presented by SNS Cycle, will get 2 rounds of practice here today. And here they come. The number 1 rider in the country, Briar Bauman, will lead them out. The number 9, Jared Meese. 44 is Brandon Robinson. And I don't see the number 9 bike just yet. Hasn't pulled onto the racetrack. Now he pulls on at the tail of the field. 44, Brandon Robinson. The 20, Jared Vanderkoy. 95, JD Beach. And the 67, that is Dash and Davis Fisher. Meese at the back of the pack, a la Brian Smith. That's what he usually does. Usually the first laps are so much fun around the Sacramento Mile. You can go out there with a fresh racetrack ride pretty much anywhere you want to go. As the line will develop a little bit later on, you, of course, have to stay on the groove or possibly even get off the groove and go looking for a fast way around. Briar Bauman out in front, the number 1. On the screen right now, it is Briar Bauman, 2-time defending champ and current points leader. He's tucked in and drafting California rider out in front. Here he comes to the green flag. Big P is waving that green flag. That is Briar Bauman. He's got his white leathers on today, a little bit different than he was running last year and earlier in the season. It's good to see the white leathers. Easier to find out that if we look at Roos flying off the back tire, man, that looks like fun here at the Sacramento Mile. Briar's out in front. This is free practice. The Mission Super Twins will get 2 rounds of practice and 2 rounds of qualifying here today. Leaders in turn number 4 coming back this way onto the front straightaway. There's Briar Bauman stretching out that lead. Taking a look at the jammer, Jared Meese. He has won the last 2 rounds at the Springfield Mile, and he did so Monday, making a statement. He had over an 8-second lead when the red flag came out. And off the restart, he got right back out in front. So we're getting dialed in up here, Sacramento Mile. There's the 44 going by. One of the riders way up high. Down here, that is 67. Davis Fisher takes a look over his shoulder. JD Beach is right there. Those guys ride a lot. They're good friends. JD Beach on the 95. Davis Fisher on the 67 bike. Beach currently sitting 5th in the point standings. Davis Fisher is 6th in the point standings. Briar bound across the start-finish line. Robinson right behind him. Briar at the top speed right now here in practice. 38.427. 38.427 from Briar. That last lap by was his quickest. Davis Fisher currently 2nd in this practice session. Robinson 3rd, 38.591. Meese is back in the 4th spot right now. This is, again, free practice. 2 rounds of practice for these guys. They'll also have 2 rounds of qualifying. Gold Riders making it out to the West Coast for the Mission Super Twins Sacramento Mile. Davis Fisher to the top spot, 38.055. Meese now moves into 2nd here in practice, 38.392. Briar Bauman drops down to the 3rd position. Robinson is 4th, JD Beach 5th, and Vanderkoy is 6th. 6 bikes on the racetrack right now in this free practice session. There are 5 laps here today. Usually we go 4, so they're giving them an extra lap. I like it. Time to go out there and check it out. The leader brings him off the turn number 4. Checkered flag is coming out already for Big P, our flag man. Checks her down for the number 1 rider, Briar Bauman. Behind him, here comes the 44, Brandon Robinson. 67 Fisher, 95 is Beach, and the 9, the jammer, Jared Meese. Checkered flag is out. Taking a look at this practice session, Davis Fisher at the top spot, 38.055, but his last lap, a 39.053, so either went up there looking for a different way around, just trying up the high line. So Fisher's at the top spot here in practice. Meese is 2nd, Briar Bauman 3rd, Brandon Robinson 4th, JD Beach is 5th, and Vanderkoy at a 50.544. So Vanderkoy off the pace, or the times are not updating properly, but Vanderkoy way off the speed. As the riders slowing down, there's a look at JD Beach, 2 wins this season. He's going to stop over here off of turn number 4, do a little practice start. A couple of the guys are doing that. And I don't blame him. Got to get a good start to get out front here at the Sacramento Mile. Yeah, a little slick, a little greasy right there off the start. Looks like extra water down there on the inside of the racetrack. Here comes group number 2. 92 is Brandon Price, 36 Colby Carlisle, 69 Slammin' Sammy Albert, 27 Robbie Pearson, the 43 James Rispoli. And on his farewell tour, the big number 4, the winningest active rider out here at the Sacramento Mile, it is Brian Smith on the 4 bike. Across the brands, Howerton Motorsports Indian, the big number 4, has won here 7 times. And they were all in a row, actually, from 2011 all the way up to 2017. Jared Meese has won the last 2 times we were here, 2019 and 2018. And we were not here yet last year because of COVID. Good to be back out here to the West Coast, the Sacramento Mile. Definitely different racetrack than we had last weekend at Springfield. This one has a lot longer straightaways and tighter corners where you really got to ride the motorcycle through the corners. It looks like it's pretty wet right now. It actually looks beautiful right now. On the screen right there's the 36 Colby Carlisle on the Monster Energy Estenson Yamaha. He'll take him down the back straightaway. Behind him looks like the 92. The Price is Right. Brandon Price from Whitehall, Maryland on the 92 bike. Looks like they're running about a line or 2 off of the very bottom of the racetrack. I like seeing them going up the racetrack a little bit instead of running the very bottom. We'll see if that's where the line will form here today. Coming off of 4, Carlisle out in front, gets in as low as he can in that draft, and the tucking on the front straightaway. There's a look back at the 6'9", Slammin' Sammy Halbert. Coolbeth Nyla Racing entry. Also Coolbeth. Former Springfield Mile winner, would love to win out here on the West Coast. His parents are actually here. He's actually from Washington, lives in Florida now. But his parents got to come on down. They live up in Washington State still. The West Coast rider. 69, Slammin' Sammy Halbert. Has help from White Plains Indian and Elkhart Indian. So a couple of extra sponsors on that sponsor list. Everybody helps out to get them race to race. The 92 is tracking down the 36 bike right now. The 92 is up to the 7th spot. Brandon Price is 7th. Brian Smith out there on the 4 bike. He is in the 8th position. Colby Carlisle has been on the screen almost the entire go-round right here. He's the 36 bike. He is currently in the 9th position. This is our first round of practice for the Mission Super Twins. It is Davis Fisher right now with a 3:8.055 quick time so far here in the Mission Super Twins, presented by S&S. Up the inside goes the 92, just as I was talking about. They're running about a notch off the bottom. Brandon Price drops to the bottom of the racetrack and gives it a shot. Colby Carlisle retaliates up to the start-finish line, uses that draft pass, and also using the draft, the 6'9" came up there towards the front. He drops to the bottom of the racetrack after they take the checkered flag out here. Oh, that's the white flag. I'm sorry. Big P throws the white flag. One more lap to go in this practice session. Up next on the schedule will be AFT singles practice. Actually, AFT singles are up next, followed by AFT production twins. That's the order we'll be running through practice and qualifying. So out in front, the 92, Brandon Price, his best time was 3:9.166. And the checkered flag is out. 69, Sammy Halbert goes from the 3rd spot all the way up to the lead, coming to the checkered flag. Here comes Bugs Pearson on the 27. And there is the Piper, number 4, Brian Smith. Smith currently in the 8th spot. One bike slow on the coming off the turn number 4. It's the 43, James Rispoli. He's already headed back to the pit area, so 43 comes up a little bit short. Davis Fisher, quickest in practice, 3:8.055. Jared Meese is second quick, 3:8.392. Briar Bauman third, 3:8.427. Brandon Robinson fourth. Sammy Halbert fifth. J.D. Beach sixth. Brandon Price is seventh. Brian Smith back there in the 8th position. Colby Carlisle is 9th. Robbie Pearson 10th. James Rispoli is 11th, and 12th is the 20 bike of Jared Vandekoy. And again, his time is 10 seconds slower than everybody else, so must have had an issue out there in that go round. Up next, we have AFT singles. AFT singles has 3 groups of riders that will come out according to their point standings. They're staged up and ready to go, and they're anxious to get out there. Dallas Daniels, our points leader. Maxwell second on the 18. So the 1 is Daniels, 18 is Maxwell, 13 Morgan Mishler, 15 is Mikey Rush, California rider. 21 Trevor Bruner, 48 Trent Lowe, 143 is Cody Kopp, 51 Cole Zabala, 38 Tanner Dean, and the 52 Shayna Texter Bauman. Shayna has won out here 4 times. She's got text message from down there in the pit area. Same mechanical issues that Vanderkoy was having at Springfield. They're still haunting him right now. So they'll go to work on that motorcycle. That's the number 20 bike of Vanderkoy. Singles around the racetrack, taking a look through the field. Look at all these riders. They're supposed to be spread out. They're 5 wide going into turn number 3. I don't think anybody told these guys, this is just practice. Here they come off of 4. Look at this big group of riders here that come off of 4. Yeah, it looks like Dallas trying to get out of this group. He said, hey, you guys go ahead. I'm just going to go out here and practice. These other 5 riders, make that 6 riders, make it, 6 riders out here trying to break away in this lead group. Mikey Rush will lead that charge. Mikey Rush out in front. Here comes another group of riders. Actually, Dallas is trying to get away from everybody else. Now he's in a group of riders with just 3 or 4 guys. It must be planned. Daniels reaches off with his left hand. He's back there battling with, looks like shaded texture. No, it's the 38 Tanner Dean. He's our defending AP Singles champ. Nobody has defended this class title 2 years in a row. Dallas Daniels is poised right now to do that after the great weekend he had in Springfield. He won both short tracks and then went on to win both miles in the production twins class. Shane Texter Bauman trying to snip the draft. And her teammate actually goes to the top spot for just 1 second, but that didn't last very long. Tanner Dean to the head of the class. 40.804 for Tanner Dean, the 38. That first impression race team goes to the top spot. 38 fastest bike out there. The 143 behind him. The 1 of Dallas Daniels is 3rd. I'm digging this big group of riders going into turn 3. 21 Trevor Bruner is out there. He is currently 7th quick. He gets by this entire group. Take a look back at a couple of Illinois riders running together. It's 51 of Zabala. The 1 of Dallas Daniels right behind him is the 38 of Tanner Dean. Dean is quickest so far on the 38 bike. That will change, I'm sure. Daniels goes up the inside, trying to get by that Honda rider. Let's go back out in front, the 21 Trevor Bruner. These riders, the singles actually have dropped to the very bottom of the racetrack. So Mission Super Twins about a notch up higher than those riders in the turns. 48 in that lead group. That is Trent Lowe. It looked like Lowe might have reached down there and shifted down with his left foot going in the corner. Cody Kopp goes to the top spot, the 143. 40.576. There's Morgan Mitchell on the 13. Dallas Daniels right behind him on the 1. Dallas is 2nd quick, uses the draft pass right there across the start finish line. That might make a faster lap, and it does. 40.432 for Dallas Daniels, the number 1 rider. See if he can keep winning races. That's all he's done this last week. Daniels on the 1. Estenson Racing Monster Energy Yamaha goes to the top spot. 40.432. Cody Kopp is 2nd. Trent Lowe on the Wally Brown Racing Suzuki in 2nd. There's Max Whale, 2nd in the point standings, currently 6th quick. Oh, watch out. Bruner gets a little bit sideways right in front of Max. Max has to let off for just a second. Rush leads that group. Trent Lowe on the 48, Bruner on the 21. Here they come to the checkered flag. 5 laps. Yeah, Lowe definitely reached up with his left foot, downshifted going into the corner. So they have evidently geared that motorcycle to downshift going into the corners, upshift coming off the corner. So you veteran fans that are tuned in right now, you guys know that most of the time they keep them geared in the same gear, but it looks like Trent at least is downshifting going into the corners, upshifting onto the front straightaway. So right now, so far, Dallas Daniels in the top spot here in practice, round number 1, 40.432. That is a quick lap for Dallas. Cody Kopp is 2nd. Trent Lowe is 3rd. Tanner Dean was up there at the top spot. He is now 4th. 5th is the 51 of Zabala. 6th is Mikey Rush. 7th is Maxwell. 8th is Trevor Bruner. Shaded Texter Bauman is 9th. And 13 of Morgan Mishler is 10th with the 40.737. So about almost exactly 0.3 of a second off between Dallas in 1st and Morgan in 10th. A couple of practice starts by some of these singles riders up here. Up next is practice group number 2 for our AFT singles class. 99 Kevin Stallings, 26 Aiden Rusevans, 54 is Michael Enderbitson, 94 is Ryan Wells, 124 Hunter Bauer, 110 Damon Ream, 243 is Jared Lowe, the 11 is Andrew Luker, and the 55 Tyler Raggio. This is group number 2, 3 groups of AFT singles riders, and here they come rolling onto the racetrack. You can see they're entering and exiting the racetrack at almost the same location down here on the front straightaway. This group's getting a little bit spread out, a little bit different than that last group. At the back of the pack is the 94 of Ryan Wells. Everybody else has taken off. The leader's already halfway down the back straight before Ryan Wells gets all the way up into high gear going into turn number 1. 99, 26. A couple of these guys are shifting gears as well, so it must be the thing to do for these single riders out here on the Sacramento Mile. Round 15 already. Tomorrow is round number 16. And then we take a couple of weeks off, head to Charlotte for the finals at the Charlotte Half Mile. Green flag is waving. 99, Kevin Stallings goes out in front. Clocks have now started. Stallings on the 99. Behind him, Aiden Roosevers. And these guys are at the very bottom of the racetrack. There is a dirt roll all the way at the inside of the racetrack. They can't go below that. On the screen right now is the 94 Flying Ryan Wells, First Impressions Race Team. His teammate is the 38. Tanner Dean's up there in the 4th position. We'll see if Ryan Wells can make his way up the leaderboard. Again, this is their only round of practice for the AFT singles riders. Wells on the screen. Fastest time here, practice 40.432. Inderbitzen on the 54 bike goes all the way up to 8th place, 40.677 for the 54 California rider. 94, who's on the screen for a little while, is Ryan Wells. He is currently in the 15th position, 41.134. So the fastest bike on the track is the 54. He's a California rider from Modesto. There's the 94. Ryan Wells, former GNC 2 champion, also out there. Had a stat there, second in the points a couple years ago. Fastest on the racetrack, Michael Inderbitzen, 40.677. There he is right there. Good looking Honda right there, brand new. I don't remember those leathers on the 54. That's a good looking setup right there for the 54 of Inderbitzen. This is group number 2 of our AFT singles class. First and only round of practice for these guys and girls. White flag is out. One more lap to go. Practice group number 2, AFT singles. 243. There's the couple of KTMs. Look at that. That's the Waters Auto Body NKR Canada team right there. Those two are teammates based out of the New York stables. And they also have a Canadian connection with Nicky, who's the leader of the NKR Canada team. Damon Ream got the call to go pro right before the New York short track. He's raced 4 races and made 4 main events. Number 110, Damon Ream, just turned pro a couple of weeks ago. They're actually caught up to the 243, Jared Bowe. Jared's right there up the edge of the groove. Damon Ream gets by him, and here comes Hunter Bauer right behind him. Hunter Bauer from right there in Ontario, Canada, just north of the border from Buffalo. The checkered flag is out. Big PR flag there. So still in practice, Dallas Daniels at the top spot, 40.432. We have an arrow on our screen with Tanner Dean out there as the fastest, but he was in group number 1. So that's fastest on the racetrack was the 54, Michael Inderbitzen, 40.677. Right in front of Trevor Bruner. Shayna Texter-Bauman now rounds out your top 10. That was group number 2. There's one more group to go in our AFT singles class. They'll be coming out here in just a second. Some of these riders, we'll see if they stop and do a practice start. Looks like a couple of them might be. Nope. Yeah, now they do. Again, group number 3 is up next. 182, Travis Pettin. 135, Ezra Brusky. 14, Jacob Lehman. 101, Grant Holmes. 195 is Clayton Williams. 111, Andre Oaks. 103 is Michael Hill. 229, Noah Miller. And the 121, Jacob Cassio. So some of these riders we only see when we come out here to the West Coast. It's good for these riders to get a chance to race with American Flat Track. Right there, Jacob Lehman
former Peoria TT winner, the 14 by Jacob Lehman, Snohomish, Washington rider, good for Bruce Systems in Dallas, Texas. Bullet Strong Racing and Vanilla Cycles. He'll lead them down the back straight. Good friends with the Bullet, Brad Baker. He knows all about Jacob Lehman. I heard he's moved to a different location in the United States. He's in the process of moving just a few weeks ago. Lehman leads him off of turn number 4. Green flag is out. The clocks will start right now for Lehman. 182 Travis Petton raced the Lodi Cycle Bowl last night. Got on the podium. He's actually had a good qualifying effort last night. Ended up 3rd in that main event. Behind him is the 101 Suzuki. Grant Holmes from Springfield, California. Bar X Suzuki RM Parks. There's the 14, Jacob Lehman. It's a little bit sideways over there, just dabbing his left foot just a little bit. He'll try to get that foot up onto the peg and slide back and tuck in as soon as he can coming off the corner. Long straightaway here at the Sacramento Mile. Looks like something's rolling on the racetrack on the front straightaway. .101, Grant Holmes on the screen. Jacob Lehman. .101 Grant Holmes on the screen. We'll look back, some of these riders don't get to run with us. Good to see a bunch of different faces out here. Travis Petton on the 182 is up there in the 18th position right now. Here's a look back. 121 on the racetrack. Jacob Cassio, Gilroy, California, did it for Cassio Racing. 229 also on the racetrack. Noah Miller from Lake Tapps, Washington. And a look back to the 195, Clayton Williams from Bakersfield, California. Clayton Williams Motorsports. Yeah, something was on the racetrack. Looks like possibly a filter, so the leader gets by it. Looks like the 182 of Petton kind of just runs it over and shoots it off the racetrack. Yeah, he had a little bit less luck than the Turtle did at the OKC Mile. He definitely made it off the racetrack several times. That guy was wanting to get in the race. It might have been a fork guard. Whatever it is, it's right between Raymond and Big P way down the racetrack. But it's off of the racing groove right now, so they're going to keep it green. White flag is out. 1 lap to go. Group number 3. Looks like Dallas Daniels is going to hang on to that top spot here in our only round of practice for the AFT singles. Production Twins are already staged up and ready to go. They're up next. Right there, the 192, the 101. A bunch of these guys race each other all the time out here on the West Coast. The 182 Petton from Ramona, California. There's a look back at the 111 Andre Oaks from Fallbrook, California. And the 121 right behind him, Jacob Cassio. Checkered flag is out. Cody Kopp second quick, just a little bit off of Dallas Daniels. Cody Kopp trying to get that Rookie of the Year award in the AFT singles class. Kopp currently in the top spot of the rookie standings. Should be able to wrap that up pretty soon. Dallas Daniels with the fastest lap in practice, 4:0.432. Cody Kopp second, Trent Lowe is third, Tanner Dean fourth, Cole Zabala fifth, Mikey Rush back there in sixth. Maxwell, second in the points, is 7th. Michael Enderbitz in 8th. Trevor Bruner is 9th. 10th is Shayna Texter-Bauman. 11th is Morgan Mishler. 12th is Tyler Raggio. 13th is Kevin Stallings. 14th, Aiden Roos Evans. Ryan Wells is 15th. Damon Reams 16th. All those top 16 within 1 second of each other. Andrew Luker and the rest of the gang behind them. Up next, we already shifting gears to AFT Production Twins presented by Vance & Hines class. Corey Texter trying to lock up the championship here today with just a couple of rounds left. He will lead him on the 65. 62 is Dan Bromley. 49, Chad Coase. 42, Jeremiah Duffy. 71, Pat Buchanan. 96, Jesse Janish. The 161, Casey Sisko. Speaking of Pat Buchanan, he stopped at the Grand Canyon and proposed to his girlfriend on the way out to California. So congrats to Pat. And he's been giving me a hard time. He is actually 49. I said all weekend long. Last weekend he's 50. I guess when you're 49, you might as well say 50. So that's how old I am. So I get it, Pat.
We're getting a question from the truck. They chickened out with the question. 65, Corey Texter out there trying to win a championship. He has to leave here today, leading by 50 points or more to lock up the championship. It can be done today. They might present that #1 plate today with just a couple of rounds left. There's the 49 Chad Coase. He also raced last night the Lodi Cycle Bowl. There's your points leader, your 2019 Production Twins champion, 65 on the G&G Racing Yamaha. Corey Texter trying to lock up that championship. Dan Bromley needs to go out there and win tonight to try to keep his championship hopes alive and hope that Corey Texter finishes worse than 11th. So it can be done. He's got his work cut out for him. He just has to focus on what's in front of him. Go out there and win the race. To do that, you got to have a good practice effort and a good qualifying effort to put you on the front row of your semifinal and then carry that momentum into the main event. Corey Texter says, I'm feeling it. I want to win the championship. Oh, 62, Dan Bromley slips a little bit right there. And 65, Corey Texter goes up the inside. That's the two championship contenders, the 65 and 62. Bromley makes one little bobble, goes up the racetrack, and 65 goes by. And he's bringing with him the 25 of Ben Lau. Ben had a terrible weekend last weekend in Springfield. I really expected him to be up there closer to the podium on that 25 bike and struggled a little bit. Right behind him, here comes the 96 Jesse Janish. He had a good weekend. Dan Bromley's right there on the 62 bike. That's the Memphis Shades Yamaha. Jesse Janish on the Harley-Davidson. Quickest lap so far, 39.983. The only bike in the 39-second range here in the production twins so far. He's using the draft to do that. Across the start-finish line, Chad Coase, Corey Texter, Ben Lau, Janish. There's Pat Buchanan, 42 right there. Jeremiah Duffy a little bit back in the pack a little ways. Fastest lap of the day so far was Davis Fisher in the Super Twins class with a 3:8.055. The fastest lap in the production was 39.883. So the difference between a production-based motorcycle and a full-on purpose-built race bike is about 2 seconds right now. Not quite 2 full seconds. Here's Chad Coase. Has the checkered flags on the bottom of his leathers. Right behind him is the 65 Corey Texter. Texter up to second quick here in practice on the 65 bike. Still Janish at the top spot. Only one practice session for these folks, just like singles rider. Chad Coase to the top spot, 39.965 on that last lap, the 49. Now he's got Corey Texter to work with going into Tournament 3. So the last lap was the fastest for Chad, and he was also passed by Corey. So maybe this might be Corey's quickest lap of the day. We'll see when they come up with Tournament 4. Across the start-finish line, again, it's just practice, but it's got to feel good to get set up for today's event. Chad drafts by to the start-finish line and makes the draft pass. This should be a good lap for both Chad and Corey Texter. Actually, on the screen, doesn't look like it's that good, so they must have slowed each other down just a little bit. I was expecting that to be a fast lap for those two. But Chad Coase, fastest in practice so far with the 49 bike with a 39.965. The last lap for Chad was a 40.767, so when he got to messing with Corey, he might have slowed him down a little bit. So it's Chad Coase so far. Jesse Janish, Corey Texter, Jeremiah Duffy, Ben Lau, Pat Buchanan, Dan Bromley needs to go out there and win. He's currently 7th out of the 7 bikes that have gone through in this first round of practice for the production twins. Up next is group number 2. 5 laps the distance for group number 2, just like the rest of the groups. 13, Morgan Mishra will lead him out there on the Vance & Hines XG 750 Harley-Davidson. 60 bike is Nick Armstrong from Norco, California. 38, Tanner Dean doing some double duty today. 50 bike, Jimmy McAllister. 103 is Michael Hill, and the 15 is Gary Ketchum. So Hill from Milwaukee, Oregon, actually. And they'll bring him out. This group doing a practice start right here. Also, a couple bikes doing double duty. The 13 of Morgan Mishra, the 38 of Tanner Dean. Dean on the 38 bike is on the Walrath Racing, Hovey Racing, Savage Custom Kawasaki. Group number 2 rolls on to the racetrack.
15 of Gary Ketchum made his first ever main event of his career right here a couple of years ago in the premier class, and now is running the production twins class number 15 from Tulsa, Oklahoma. And back there with Morgan Mishler, Nick Armstrong, Casey Cisco. So Mishler has the benefit in this group. He's gone at least 5 laps already in the singles class, and so that's why he's out there up to speed early in this one. Back to pack 103 of Michael Hill on a Yamaha. There's Ketchum. Oh, Jimmy McAllister having an issue. There is the 15 bike, Gary Ketchum from Tulsa, Oklahoma. He's almost 60 years old, not quite that old, but still out here racing with the young guns. Ketchum came up through the ranks back in the day with Ronnie Jones and the folks from Oklahoma, Scotty Adams, and racing against some of the guys from Texas, Terry Coovey. Still out here battling with these other guys. The 50 bike off the pace. Jimmy McAllister, he's from the West Coast. McAllister on the 50 bikes from Petaluma, California, and the J-Mac Racing Kawasaki. Ketchum goes up the racetrack, going to try the high line down here. I don't think that's the fastest way right now, but it sure is fun to get it sideways. Currently 13th quick out of 14 bikes that have been out there for the 15 of Gary Ketchum. Back up front, there's Tanner Dean on the 38 bike. Dean currently 12th quick. Actually, Gary Ketchum just goes faster than Tanner Dean, so Ketchum moves into 12th. Casey Cisco's out there on the racetrack. He is currently 10th. Nick Armstrong, the fastest on the racetrack on the 60 Yamaha. Nick Armstrong from Norco, California, quickest on the racetrack right now. There he is on the screen. Nick Armstrong. Leslie Brothers Racing, competitive racing frames. Him and his dad work on that bike. His uncle is Itchy. Used to actually be the wrench for Wayne Rainey back in the day. That's why Nick runs the number 60. Wayne Rainey's actual first national number was number 60. 13 bike right there. Morgan Mishler currently 9th in this practice session. The fastest bike on the track is the 60. Nick Armstrong up to 6th place. Last group of our practice round 1. Intermission break is up next on the schedule for it looks like about 30 minutes, possibly maybe 20 minutes. Do some track maintenance. White flag is out for the 13 of Mishler. The 60's tracking him down. Here comes the 60 by Nick Armstrong. You see the leader right there. It's always good to have somebody to go chasing after. When you're out there by yourself, you got to have somebody to dangle that carrot right in front of you. That's what the 13 is actually doing for the 60 bike. See how far the different foot peg heights are right there. That was a good shot down the back straightaway. Nick Armstrong's right foot is actually way up high. I'm sorry, the left foot is up high. The right foot is way down low. So that way when you lay it over in the corners, the left foot peg doesn't drag in the ground. So that was a cool shot down the back straightaway. Here comes Mishler off of turn number 4 to the checkered flag. Morgan Mishler on the 13. Looks like it will settle into that 9th spot. Nick Armstrong 6th quick here in practice, 4:0.508. There's the Cisco kid, Tanner Dean, and a 1:03 of Michael Hill. That's how they wrap up our first round of practice for the Production Twins presented by Vance and Hines. AFT Production Twins presented by Vance and Hines class. They are done with their only practice session. Up next, we do have a scheduled break to do some track maintenance. Chad Coast at the top spot by .018 over Jesse Janish. 2 Harleys on the top. Corey Texter going for the championship back there in 3rd. Jeremiah Duffy is 4th. Ben Lau also on a Harley-Davidson, he is in 5th with the .508. Nick Armstrong is 6th. Pat Buchanan 7th. Dan Bromley is 8th. He needs to get up there a little bit faster to try to keep his championship hopes alive. Tanner Dean is 9th. 10th is Morgan Mishler. 11th is Michael Hill. Casey Cisco 12th. Gary Ketchum 13th. And Jimmy McAllister off the pace right there ends up 14th. And we're at the Cal Expo Sacramento Mile. That is it for our first round of practice out here. It's the Law Tiger Sacramento Mile, presented by Knauf Insulation. When we come back, track maintenance right now. Mission Super Twins practice round number 2 next on the track here at Sacramento.
Hey, is that your stomach growling? Or the sound of thousands of cc's circling the track? Fuel up for race day with Mission Foods. Rev those taste buds with fast and easy to create recipes that are Winner's Circle delicious. Try some of our mouth-watering tacos to piled high nachos, fresh chips with guac, and more. Start those engines, because Mission has you covered from the green flag to the checkered flag. Now that's too fast, too tasty.
Everything we do at the track shapes what we build for the street and the dirt.
You can see how bad these guys want it. A race to the line.
For us, racing is not for the trophies or the glory. We compete because it makes everything we do faster, more durable, and tested to a higher standard. For S&S, racing is the ultimate in proven performance, and we've been proving it since 1958. Progressive insures over 5 million boats, motorcycles, and RVs throughout America. Get a quote in under 4 minutes at AmericanFlatTrack.com/progressive to see how much you could save.
Race fans, VP Racing Fuels offers a full line of power sports fuels, lubricants, coolants, and appearance products for track and street. From pro racers to weekend warriors, we help riders make more power. Ask your local power sports dealer. Brought to you by Yamaha and its best-in-class lineup of power sports vehicles. For more information on how you too can experience the pinnacle of performance both on and off-road, visit YamahaMotorsports.com. Dunlop is the official tire of Progressive American Flat Track. We make tires in America for racing and street racing, such as our creditworthy Progressive American Flat Track Spec racing tire, the DT4, and the DT3, which is now the street-legal K180. Learn more about Dunlop tires at DunlopMotorcycleTires.com. Looking for more power? E3 spark plugs deliver more power, better fuel efficiency, and reduced emissions. The secret is in the patented diamond-shaped ground electrode that promotes a more complete burn of the fuel. Proven on the dyno and on the racetrack, the official spark plug of American Flat Track helps power champions on 2 wheels and 4. Winners run E3. What are you running? You own the job and everything that comes with it. The mornings that start too early, the nights that go too late, and every unbelievable thing in between. It's good to know you can rent whatever construction equipment you need from people who do whatever it takes. Visit us at catrentalstore.com. Mobile View has been providing state-of-the-art LED video screens to sporting and special events throughout the U.S. and Canada since 1999. We use our vast experience of thousands of events to help guide the process of finding the right size screen to help make your event a memorable experience for your fans and sponsors.
If you ever dreamed of blue skies, fresh air, and blue-green water, then look no further. If your idea of heaven on earth includes velvet golf courses, romantic evenings, and a setting sun, then you owe it to yourself to check out Southwest Florida's beautiful Punta Gorda and its neighboring areas. At MyDigitalListing.com, we've been making dreams come true for over a decade.
Tom Duma Fine Jewelers is proud to be the official jeweler for our 8th year to Progressive American Flat Track, providing championship rings for each class in 2021. TDFJ wants to be your jeweler. Check us out online for all your jewelry needs, from engagement rings to fashion jewelry to watches, in all price points to fit everyone's budget. Shop like a pro. Shop TDFJ.com.
Hey, it's the Cousins with Knauf Insulation.
Did you know that all of Knauf's products use ECOS technology, which uses renewable organic materials instead of additives like phenol formaldehyde or petrochemicals like acrylic?
That's why their product is odorless and has a brown natural look to it.
Look for this unique appearance to ensure you're getting both Knauf's quality and sustainable green ECOS technology.
Thanks for watching.
Let's go racing at AFT Singles.
Looks like another great start on the outside from Henry Wiles. Look at Maxwell up the inside.
KTM versus Honda in there. Wiles going to get it.
He got it. But look at Dallas Daniels getting a little sideways, though. Doesn't have quite the drive of both Maxwell and Henry Wiles up front.
Okay, so the 17 and the 18 gonna duke it out here on the backstretch. Bruner on that 21 is right in the mix as well. Oh, Daniels diving down low.
And Bruner's fallen back. He's not quite the start that he wanted to do. These guys got to stay with him if you let him go right away. Look at Hunter Bauer way up in the outside. That's a rider from Canada, from Ontario, Canada. They got a lot of cushion tracks up there. This is his first mile event. And look at him, he's up in the top 5. Very impressive ride.
Well, momentarily he was in the top 3. It looked good on the outside for a while for that number 124. Now a little bit too far outside, and this class, things change in a hurry.
Yeah, Brandon Kitchen right there as well, number 105. Had some issues with his bike yesterday. They had to swap the engines, but here he's back in the mix.
Meanwhile, Whale continues to lead Wiles. They've gone back and forth already. Essentially, as soon as the light went green, they have been battling for this lead. Wiles was dominant last night. Whale a little bit better than he was last time. Look at this. The Canadian Bauer right back in front of his group.
Yeah, taking the 3rd place position. This is the first time though that Henry Wiles has had to follow somebody. Now he has to go to work and see where he can make up time. Look at him crisscrossing 4 wide to the corner. Hunter Bauer is now at the helm for 3rd place.
Impressive for the young Canadian. He's got Rush and Daniels on the 15 and the 1, the Estenson Yamahas. There's Kitchen on the 115. And you also got Trent Lowe on the Suzuki now on the 48 in the hunt. Back on board with their leader, Max Whale.
Henry Wiles getting a good run off the corner. Looks like he's going to be able to combine it with the draft. He does. See him, he grabs 5th gear and goes right on by.
And man, at that speed, hard to pull 5th. I know gearing is really one of the key things in flat track, try to get that right, correct?
Yeah, it definitely is. I mean, these guys want to keep it up on the pipe, up on the cam. You know, if you fall down, below a certain RPM off the cam, these things do not want to pull back up to the RPM, especially on these 450s that don't have nearly as much horsepower as the twins. And these guys are going anywhere around 120, 125 miles per hour entering the corner. These motorcycles really weren't designed to do that. So these guys are trying to get every little bit that they can out of them.
Yeah, these are motocross bikes, probably designed to run at about half that speed, but they're making it work here in Progressive American Flat Track. And there's the draft, Cole Zabala on the 51, showing how you can get it done on a mile track.
Yeah, Cole Zabala showing the strength of the American Honda. Those bikes run really good. If you can get a good run off the corner, they combine it with the draft, it's easy to go right on by.
Good battle there between Lowe and Zabala. Your leaders, it continues to be the 17 of Wiles. Whale not letting him go. Oh, and Bauer side by side with Rush.
Yeah, Rush and Bauer going right at it. Looks like Dallas Daniels has fallen off just a little bit. You can see as both the Estenson bikes are getting a little bit more sideways in the middle of the corner. It doesn't seem like maybe they have their suspension set up as good as what they need to be, because you can see the riders up front not necessarily getting as sideways in the center of the corner.
How about Bauer? You're saying this is his first mile race, and look at this. He's battling some established stars for the podium.
Yeah, this is very impressive. I mean, mile racing is a lot different than the half-mile racing. This track's a little bit different, though, with how you can keep it sideways on the gas all the way through the corner. It does replicate a cushion half-mile a little bit, and in Canada, they have a lot of those racetracks, so in the corners, he at least feels like he's right at home.
Oh, and then a massive bit of roost thrown right in the face of Mikey Rush as he holds on to 3rd. Meanwhile, you get the feeling Max Whale, he's not going anywhere, going to keep the heat on your leader, Henry Wiles. Progressive American Flat Track here, your singles class. Racing is always tight in this division. Dallas Daniels buried in a battle with Bauer and Kitchen. Not exactly where Daniels wants to be. He'd like to be racing for wins. Right now, he's trying to get a podium. Just in position right now. Bauer going to try to get him back.
Just as I was saying, Dallas was falling off. Now he's in 3rd position, and his teammate, Mikey Rush, is back there in 6th or 7th, falling off the pace a little bit. But Brandon Kitchen, Hunter Bauer, both looking really good. And definitely a good run by Brandon Kitchen. Those guys have been having to work so hard this weekend, swapping engines. and that kid definitely wants to get another win. He got his first win at the Indy Mile last year, looking really good here at the Oklahoma City Mile. Like I said, they want to be battling for wins, but being on the box is good too.
So there it is, Kitchen on the 105 and Bauer. They almost run into each other, and this battling is allowing Daniels to get away just a bit.
Hey, you can't get to battling too much in the corner, like you said there, Jason. They'll slow themselves up and let Dallas get away. As you can see, a little bit of rubber developing there on the bottom. These 450s usually take a little bit lower line through the corner. They don't have the momentum, the horsepower to pull through the deeper stuff up top.
Well, last year, Daniels had a huge win streak at midseason. I think he won 5 in a row or something like that. And thinking into year 2 as a pro, he's going to be that much better. But this year, it has really been the consistency card. Even on the bad nights, salvaging podiums that look like maybe Rush or Bauer or Kitchen had him covered. But late in the race, starting to get away. It's only going to be third, though. But as far as points, remember, it's Rush that's behind him in the series, so he's ahead of him on the track.
Definitely staying consistent is very important, and we're not even halfway through the season just yet. There's a lot of racetracks coming up that are going to be great for Dallas, so just staying consistent earlier in the season is going to be good. But look back at the lead at the battle for the lead up front. It's still tight between Max Whale and Henry Wiles. I think Max is just lurking there. He can smell a little blood in the water every now and then when there's one to go.
Oh, boy. And the draft is a factor usually on miles. We haven't seen a ton of it here in Oklahoma City, but is Whale waiting?
Wow, he made up a lot of time in that one corner. That was he's going to be able to possibly combine the draft here going into turn 3.
Oh, both of them getting thrown around on the exit of that corner.
He does got the draft. Looks like he's going to be able to take the lead going into 3. Oh, he does.
Whale's got it. Now, he's going to lead off of turn 4 as Henry Wiles going to be able to draft his way back into the lead and make it 2 in a row here.
It looks like he might have enough distance. Not looking like Henry's going to have enough to draft by. We'll see.
Here it is, the run to the line. Whale ahead of Wiles, and not enough draft for Wiles to get it. Max Whale with the win.
That would be Max Whale's first win on a mile track. Amazing race by him. That was a great effort.
Yeah, and strategy, they duked it out the entire time, but you could tell as soon as that white flag came out, he went next level.
He did, and I mean, that's just so impressive from a kid from Australia. They don't have any mile tracks in Australia. They got some, what they call long tracks down there. Might be a half mile, but no mile tracks. You can see how he hits the draft here going into turn 3. Just late draft going into the corner, but he knows that he has to put his head down because Henry Wiles, I mean, he really was in the catbird seat to get the draft pass, but he pulled off that last corner perfect and just got enough. You see Henry getting sideways there, just didn't have quite the run to be able to get the draft by the line. That was a textbook corner by Max Whale.
Yeah, showing confidence that he knew he would be clean enough in 3 and 4 for Wiles not to be able to get him at the line. Here's Kristen.
Max, on that final lap, you were able to execute a perfect draft pass. Now, earlier in the race, Henry Wiles passed you in the same way. Did you learn anything from that pass? And what about the timing? Why the last lap? I'm sure you were sizing him up earlier than that. Was the timing part of your strategy?
Yeah, you know, Henry passed me, I think on like lap 2 or lap 3, and I ate his roost every lap from then on in, and you know, I sort of was like catching a lot in 1 and 2, but 3 and 4, I feel like he had me mastered. You know, I struggled in 3 and 4 all night, all day, and you know, I knew if I had to pass him, I had to be in coming off 1 and 2 on the backstretch there, and I got it done. And I seen there was a lapper, you know, coming up, and I was hoping I was going to get a bit of a draft, but you know, I didn't even get it. Made a little mistake off 4 and ended up holding Henry off. Yeah, just want to wish Keithy a happy birthday. Sorry it's 1 day late, but yeah, it'll have to do.
We're the Law Tigers, America's motorcycle lawyers. We understand the challenges riders face every day. As riders, we want to share the road and be seen by motorists. Remaining visible is critical to our safety and well-being. That's why we work tirelessly to promote motorcycle safety and awareness. We're proud to support our community that includes riders of all stripes. If you've been injured in a motorcycle accident, call 1-800-LAW-TIGERS or visit lawtigers.com. The Law Tigers, America's motorcycle lawyers.
You own the job. The mornings that start too early. The nights that go too late. and every unexpected, unpredictable, unthinkable, unbelievable thing in between. You own it all. It's good to know you can rent whatever you need from people who do whatever it takes. Let's do the work.
The darkness is full of demons, hazy creatures who lurk in the shadows, prowling under the cloak of dusk. But we're not demons. We're beasts.
S&S Cycle was born from a passion for racing and has spent over 60 years building high performance for the power sports market. All the while, racing has remained at our core, from the Bonneville Salt Flats to championships in progressive American flat track. S&S is the go-to for high performance on and off the racetrack.
Arai helmets started racing in America in flat track, and we've been supporting it ever since. Arai, handcrafted with an obsessive dedication to rider protection. For more information, please visit our website, AraiAmericas.com.
Explore the full Indian motorcycle lineup, including the all-new redesigned FTR with 17-inch wheels and street-tuned suspension, or the new generation of a classic, the 2022 Indian Chief. For more info and to schedule a demo ride, visit IndianMotorcycle.com. Always wear a helmet, never drink and ride.
Falken Tires is proud to be the official light truck tire of Progressive American Flat Track. Choosing the right tire for your truck or SUV is critical. And Falken has you covered, offering highway terrains to all-terrains through torture-tested mud terrains. For more information on Falken's full line of Wild Peak products, please visit us at www.falkentire.com. SBS is your single source for brake parts and components. From pads to rotors, shoes, and other important parts, covering motorcycles, scooters, motocross bikes, ATVs, and UTVs. We create the power to stop you so you can go ahead. Find the right parts for your bike at www.sbsbrakes.com. Cardo Systems is the official Bluetooth communicator for American Flat Track. Whether on the road or at the track, the Cardo Systems industry-leading mesh technology keeps you and your fellow riders connected. Racers like Sammy Halbert rely on Cardo for street riding entertainment, as well as a training tool at the track. All Cardo communicators are fully waterproof, dirt-proof, and feature sound by JBL. For more information, check out cardosystems.com and follow Cardo on all social media platforms at @CardoSystems.
Motion Pro. We make innovative tools and products that help you maintain and repair motorcycles, ATVs, and UTVs. Like the patented Pro-Fill Air Chuck, helping you manage tire air pressure on your motorcycle, ATV, or UTV. Easily adjust the Pro-Fill Air Chuck. Get past hot disc brake rotors with the pivoting angled head. Connect it with an airline. Or pair it with a Motion Pro digital tire pressure gauge. Reach for the Pro-Fill Air Chuck to manage your tires. Get yours at motionpro.com or visit Power Sports stores nationwide.
When you're feeling down, but there's a ranger around, what do you do? Live dangerously. When you're seeking fun and the work is done, what do you do? Live dangerously. Life is dangerous.
Voodoo Ranger. Live dangerously.
Welcome back to Progressive American Flat Track, round number 15. It's the Law Tigers Sacramento Mile, presented by Knauf Insulation. One full round of practice is all done for all three classes. They're doing some track maintenance right now When we get back to it, Mission Super Twins, their second round of practice will be up next. AFT Singles qualifying round 1 will be after that. AFT Production Twins qualifying round 1 will follow. The Honda Talon will go out and make a few laps after that. Then we'll get into Mission Super Twins qualifying round number 1. AFT Singles qualifying round 2. AFT Production Twins qualifying round 2. Mission Super Twins qualifying round number 2. Opening ceremonies today, 4:45 p.m. out here. We're in the West Coast time zone. After opening ceremonies, we'll have our 6 semifinals. We'll take the top 8 riders out of each of those into their main events. After that, we'll have our Mission Super Twins Mission Challenge. We have a fan walk going on after the Mission Super Twins Challenge. We'll have these Honda Talon go out and make a few laps. When that is all done, then the rider autograph session. You can cross it straight across from the start-finish line to meet your favorite rider, get some autographs. That is going on from 6:25 till 7:05 p.m. The fan walk will end, and we'll get into the racing action at 7:15. We'll have all 3 main events after the open paddock closes, and that is for you fans to go in the middle, stop by, get your event T-shirts. They're down there right next to the Sideways on Purpose. The the legends are signing autographs right now from 2:30 until 4 o'clock. That is underneath the grandstand area down there right by Vendor Row. So stop by and meet all the legends of our sport. There are a lot of them that are going to be out here on the West Coast. Again, we're on the racetrack here real soon at about 2:05 West Coast time zone with our Mission Super Twins practice round number 2. And speaking of Mission Super Twins, let's go over the point standings as we sit right now coming into the final 3 rounds. Sacramento Mile today. Sacramento Mile 2 is tomorrow. The Charlotte Half Mile to wrap up the season on a Friday night in North Carolina. Briar Bauman is our current points leader right now. The number 1 rider has 3 wins, 11 podiums with a worst finish of 6th place at the New York Short Track 2. So the worst finish for Briar is a 6th. He is our points leader with 254. Sitting in second is the number 9, the Jammer Jared Meese. He is on a little bit of a roll. 3 wins in the last 4 races. He has 5 wins and 11 podiums. Unfortunately, he does have that 15th place finish at the Atlanta TT when he was injured. Still went out there, attempted to race, still ended up 15th. So Jared Meese, if he didn't have that, he'd be up there a little bit tighter for that points lead. Brandon Robinson sitting in that 3rd spot from Oxford, Pennsylvania with 211. He is some 43 points behind this top 2 battle. The Colossals of our sport battling for the championship, 254 and 242. 4th place in the point standings. This guy's been having a great season. He had some mechanical gremlins in Springfield, and they have carried over into today. So the 20 bike trying to hunt those gremlins down and try to get back onto his top 5 streak, get that thing going again. The 20 bike, Jared Vandekoy, Mount Gilead, Ohio, sitting in 4th. JD Beach in 5th in the point standings. That is your Mission AFT Super Twins class. They'll be the next riders on the racetrack when we come back. 2:05 Mission Super Twins practice round number 2 coming up right here at the beautiful state of California. We will be right back. Qualifying will be starting real soon from California.
For the past 40 years, SDI Insulation has been dedicated to helping Californians construct and retrofit super efficient residential homes and buildings that save money and positively impact the environment. When you want to live green and save green, call SDI, your building and home performance specialists. With the Law Tigers, you don't have to handle your motorcycle accident alone. They have over 20 years experience and know what injured riders and their families are going through after a tragic accident. Law Tigers will help you get your motorcycle and gear either fixed or replaced. Call 1-800-LAW-TIGERS now for your free case evaluation or visit lawtigers.com. The Law Tigers, America's motorcycle lawyers. Rawr.
Mobile View has been providing state-of-the-art LED video screens to sporting and special events throughout the U.S. and Canada since 1999. We use our vast experience of thousands of events to help guide the process of finding the right size screen to help make your event a memorable experience for your fans and sponsors.
Tired of replacing your battery every year? It's time to buy the world's best lithium battery, the Pulse IPT. With up to 1,200 cranking amps and unmatched reliability, there's no better battery for your bike. Visit Full Spectrum Power in the paddock today or on Instagram, Facebook, and the web. Start something. Power everything.
You don't take greatness for granted, and neither should your gear. We are Torch Eyewear, and we design sunglasses for protection, performance, and chasing your passion. For more information, visit our website at torcheyewear.com and click on our free Home Try-On program. Dunlop is the official tire of Progressive American Flat Track. We make tires in America for racing and street racing, such as our creditworthy Progressive American Flat Track Spec racing tire, the DT4, and the DT3, which is now the street-legal K180. Learn more about Dunlop tires at dunlopmotorcycletires.com. Looking for more power? E3 spark plugs deliver more power, better fuel efficiency, and reduced emissions. The secret is in the patented diamond-shaped ground electrode that promotes a more complete burn of the fuel. Proven on the dyno and on the racetrack, the official spark plug of American Flat Track helps power champions on 2 wheels and 4. Winners run E3. What are you running?
At Tech Mounts, we support motorcycle riders, industry retailers, and OEMs for over 20 years. Proudly designed and manufactured in the USA, Tech Mounts has become the #1 source for mounting any mobile device on any vehicle and comes with a lifetime guarantee. See all Tech Mounts products at your local motorcycle dealers, retailers, and on techmounts.com.
On Friday, October 8th, Charlotte NC is hosting an epic battle. American Flat Track returns to the dirt track at Charlotte Motor Speedway for the 2021 season finale.
You see how bad these guys want it?
All the action, all the fun. This is a race you don't want to miss. The Charlotte Half Mile on October 8th at the dirt track at Charlotte Motor Speedway. Get your tickets now at AmericanFlatTrack.com.
And welcome back. Law Tiger Sacramento Mile, presented by Knauf Insulation. There's a look at downtown Sacramento. It's beautiful up here, Northern California. Always fun to come back out here to the West Coast. It's our first time in quite some time to make it back out here. There's a look at the fairgrounds from the infield section. I'm high up on top of the grandstands. Not quite up off the rafters, but pretty dang close. Not usually, back in the day, I was actually in that box hanging off over the racetrack. I'm up here in the press booth, though, the Cal Expo. Take a look at the weather. At 5 o'clock, it'll be 91 degrees. At 6 o'clock, 91. Holding strong at 91. 7 o'clock will be 90, so it starts getting cooler. Earlier in the week, it was up to about 106 degrees, so it's cooled off for us. Mother Nature is cooperating with us this weekend out here at the Sacramento Mile, the Cal Expo. And we even had a little bit of moisture on Thursday night. Woke up Friday morning out here. There were some puddles in the parking lot at the hotel, so it's crazy. They said it never rains up here in California. It's always sunny in California, but you never know. Hey, what is this on our screen right here? I think he's going to be going out there on the racetrack here pretty soon. I think is that a turkey vulture? I don't know what that is. I thought we were in the zoo last weekend, but man, you never know what's going to show up. Speaking of never know what's going to show up, somebody's joining me up here in the booth. We'll talk to him in just a little bit. No turtles so far. We do have a great big, I'd almost want to call this a lake in the infield of the racetrack, but it might be a pond. Somebody's joining me up here in the booth. This guy usually never gets to come up here in the booth. He is up here. He's joining me in the booth. Hey, we're going to come live. Ladies and gentlemen, we usually introduce you down there on that victory podium, but right now you're up here. What are you doing up here in the booth? Ricky Ragman, scoot back just a little bit. We want to see your pretty face because you're busy in New York being a fashion coordinator,
Why is my
consultant. Look, you look like a midget.
Yeah, I know. Why do you sit
What
the
are you
chair?
doing over here?
Well, a lot of people don't know that Scotty Dubler is actually 7 feet tall.
I am.
Why do you have me in a little baby chair?
That's all I could find. We're up here in this booth. Did you see another chair laying around?
Yeah, but whenever I show up, I get the big adult chair.
You want to switch?
Yeah, because it's like at home. Like when at home, they're like, "Oh, Ricky, it doesn't matter how old I am. Oh, Ricky's here. You got to go sit at the card table in the den." So this is what it's like. Let me just at least sit up.
Yeah, there you go. How was New York?
New York was a pretty crazy weekend because I went from Springfield Mile to New York City to work Fashion Week, and I was a fashion correspondent. It doesn't make sense to me either, people. And then immediately following, I flew here to Sacramento, and it's like from the dirt track to Fashion Week to back to the dirt track. And I just got to tell you, Scotty Dubler, I feel a lot more home here than I did in New York City. Well, I like New York City, but Fashion Week was just strange.
How exciting, Ricky, as a race fan, is it with 3 races left? We're trying to decide the championship in 2 classes. One possibly going to get locked up tonight, but 3 classes, they're probably going to come all the way to the wire. Speaking of that, Briar Bauman, he's only in front by 12 now, but Jared Meese won the last 2 rounds and it's tightened that lead up.
And the great part about it is these people do not like each other right now. I mean, other than being the champ, Briar wants to be Jared. Jared wants to be Briar, and the points are so close. I mean, every race matters so much. I believe Corey Texter only has to finish 11th or better, and he clinches the championship.
And that's if Dan Bromley wins, and Bromley's kind of struggling right now in practice so far. So, it might be Corey's race. Right now, we got the Mission Super Twins practice. They get 2 rounds of practice today. Number 1 riders out in front. Look how fast they're going down that back straight. Have you ever been to the Cal Expo before?
I never have been here, and this is a track that, this track is legendary, and this is a track I always wanted to go to. I have a question for you, Scotty Dubler. I do see a lot of shifting here. Are all 3 classes shifting at this track?
I only think the singles are shifting right now. It's hard for me to just watching this monitor. I'm so far away from the track. I believe just the singles riders are shifting right now. They are very long straightaways, and that's why the singles, they have to downshift to slow them down a little bit and upshift coming off the corner to carry them down that long straightaway. So I think just the singles class is.
And even though this is a mile, just like it was last week at Springfield, it appears to me Sacramento is much tighter.
It's a little bit skinnier racetrack, but it's longer straightaways, a little bit tighter corners.
But a lot more sliding, which is what I like.
Absolutely. And the track looks really good right now. There's a look at Jared Meese. He's won the last 2 rounds. It was 20 points, the difference between first and second, just a few weeks ago. Now it's down to just, 12 points?
You couldn't ask for anything. I mean, it's going to go down to Charlotte. It's going to go down to Charlotte. And, of course, we're on a mile. Last 2-mile races were won by Jared. Is he going to back it up? What do you think?
I don't know. I think Jared's got this place figured out. He's won here in 2019 and 2018. He's got the momentum. I don't know how much momentum goes from week to week. I think as a racer, though, when I used to race, if I won a race, it made me feel more confident going into the next race. It didn't matter where I was going.
I don't think the momentum is a thing as much as Briar doesn't want to have to play catch-up. But I think the mental game is more Briar's, issues right now because he doesn't want to play catch-up.
Yeah, he doesn't want to, lose the points lead. I mean, he's had it almost the entire season. J.D. Beach was our points leader early on, and Briar has taken over the points, and he's trying to get away from everybody else. And I think this class is going to go all the way down to the wire at your home, the Charlotte half mile.
Well, okay, California's my home state. I'm from Los Angeles.
No, hold on a second. You told us you're from New York.
No, born in New York.
Okay, all right.
But lived in Los Angeles my whole life until 4 years ago. I moved to Charlotte.
Right on. So, Charlotte, your new home track.
Yes.
How about that? We'll go with that.
I'm not allowed to say I'm from the Southwest, even though I like fried chicken biscuits. A lot.
Rick, you racked me up here in the booth. The white flag is out. Jared Meese at the top spot. The last lap of 3:8.474. That is the quickest lap of this session. Briar Bauman right there in second. The top 2, first and second. Throw Robinson back there in the 4th spot. Davis Fisher's having a good go so far today. It's early on, but Davis Fisher was fastest in our first round of practice. Currently 3rd quickest in this second round.
Of course, seeing Meese and Bauman as being the 2 fastest is not much of a surprise, but I think the other guys, they're not points racing, so they're willing to take a little bit of risk, maybe try something different with the setup, because they're just racing race by race. They know the point, leading the points is not going to happen.
Absolutely, and so Briar right there coming across the finish line, taking that checkered flag. The track's actually taking some rubber right now, and they just added water to the racetrack. I'm very surprised that the rubber's going down this quick.
So would this make it more slick?
It could, but as the night, when it gets into nighttime, the temperatures cool off. It's probably slicker right now than it was the first session when there was no rubber down. Jared Meese at the top spot, 3:8.474. It was 3:8.035 in that first round of practice when the track was fresh. Like I said when they first went on the racetrack, there's nothing like being on a fresh racetrack. Up next is group number 2. It's the Mission Super Twins presented by S&S Cycle. 92 Brandon Price should lead them out. The 36 of Colby Carlisle on the Yamaha will be out second. 69 Slamming Sammy Halbert will pull onto the racetrack third. The 27 is Bugs Pearson on the Rackley Karen Racing Indian. 43 is James the Rocket Rispoli on the Harley-Davidson. And in his final appearance out here at Sacramento, the 4-bike, Brian Smith says he's retiring after this season. He struggled a little bit at Springfield. Looks a little bit better today, but I don't know. What's Brian Smith? What do you think Brian Smith's got to do to win?
I think it was mechanical issues at Springfield, so it really wasn't a Brian Smith issue. But, you know, a lot of people are saying, oh, Brian's going to be the guy. He's so great on the miles. But right now, we've got that points battle that I don't know if he can do it.
Well, Brian usually goes to the very back of the pack. It looks like he's made a deal maybe with Sammy Halbert to go up there, maybe work together in this practice session. Maybe that bike will do a little bit better if he's got somebody to draft with.
And this track, because it's so big, drafting just like in NASCAR, 2 bikes, I assume go just as fast, like faster than a single bike.
They've always said 2 bikes go faster than 1 if they can go and work together. Sometimes you go and get side by side for too long, it slows them down. But if you can go, use the draft pass going into the corner, and the other rider can get right back in line, 2 bikes definitely faster than 1. That's a good point, Ricky.
Had you ever raced here?
Absolutely, I love this place.
You do?
I do love this place. It's very different, coming from Oklahoma, and then of course last weekend we're at Springfield. But as an Oklahoma rider, it's nice. I like the blue grooves. I like the climate. I love coming out here to California, and it's a fun racetrack.
There's a difference between obviously there's a big difference between the riders, but the California riders as opposed to the Fast Boys from Illinois, the Pennsylvania Posse.
Yep.
There is a difference. Chad Coase is California.
Absolutely. You just look at him, he's from California.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. The way he dresses, pulling up his socks, the black shoes. I mean, just has a look to him, right? Yeah, flat brim hat, the hair hanging out the back. Different style. Sammy Halbert out there trying to break away from the 4-bike of Brian Smith. Smith trying to keep him honest right there. Smith is back in 9th right now. He's not coming up to speed like we expected. They're slamming Sammy Halbert, this 69 bike, up to 6th. Heard Sammy talking earlier this week. He's excited because his parents get to come out here and watch him race because they're just right up the road in Washington State.
Sammy has had such a crazy season, so many ups and downs, so many injuries. He was out for a couple races, but he's bouncing back pretty quick. I mean, after that, I don't remember where it was. Was it where we had that? Was it Joliet?
Yep, Joliet.
Is that where he
broke his foot. He just
where was it that he had the really bad wreck?
That was at New York when he went down, lost the front end, went down, and then got hit. But he is old school.
Came back and won.
Yeah, old school, die-hard flat tracker, loves to go fast. He's kind of settled down a little bit. Used to be known as Slamming Sammy Halbert. Isn't quite as aggressive against other riders right now. He knows that he's got to keep on racing all year long, but this little notch formed at the bottom of the racetrack. We'll take a look at the X-ray. This is from Joliet. Those are his toes. It looks like he's got a Lincoln chain right there, and another Lincoln chain right there. They didn't even worry about fixing that little toe.
Look at that thing. And then the gnarly thing was Sammy Halbert went on Instagram to show everybody him pulling the pin out. Like, I could watch like a second of it, and I'm like, I don't want to see Sammy pin out of his foot.
Yeah. So people are reaching out to me right now. They say, where's Bronson? Bronson doesn't have a motorcycle. He has a mechanical at the Springfield Mile. Did not make the trip out here to the West Coast.
I was not aware of that. That's not good.
It was actually Todd Lamb, the flagman for the Steve Nace AMA All-Star National Flat Track Series, trying to figure out where his Illinois rider is. Of course, Bronson, originally from Salinas, California, lives out there in Illinois now. I am surprised at the rubber that's going down in this practice session. And look at the 2 Titans at the top of the board. Jared Meese out in front by .049 over Breyer. Sammy's right there on the 69 by .439. Jared Meese's fastest lap is a 3:8.474. This is just practice. Breyer Baum is second. Sammy Halbert is third. Davis Fisher is fourth. Robinson slides back to the 5th spot. J.D. Beach is 6th. James Rispoli up to 7th. Vandekoy looks like he's trying to get his gremlins taken care of. He is currently 8th. With a 3:9.189, Brian Smith is 9th. Brandon Price, Robbie Pearson, and Colby Carlisle. That is how they finish up in our second round of practice for the premier class. That is your Mission Super Twins class. Up next is AFT Singles. And we got a bunch of riders. The quickest on the track in the practice session was the one of Dallas Daniels. He's trying to be the first rider to go back-to-back championships in the AFT Singles class. No rider's ever done that in this particular class, and the name and the structure.
I think Brad Baker said it best with Dallas Daniels winning Production Twins, won back-to-back at Springfield. And Brad said, impressed, but not surprised.
Yeah.
That sums it up pretty good.
And that's pretty much Dallas in a nutshell. I mean, he's phenomenal. He's won the last 4 races he's attempted. He won 2 production twins on the Springfield Mile. He won 2 singles at the Springfield Short Track. So there he is. Number 1 will lead him out. That's Dallas Daniels. 18 is Maxwell. 13 Morgan Michler. 15 is Mikey Rush. 21 Trevor Bruner. 48 Trent Lowe. 143 is Cody Kopp. 51 Cole Zabala. 38 Tanner Dean. 52 Shane Sexter-Bauman. There is a look at the point standings. 7 points separating the top 2 riders. Going into Springfield, it was Max. Leaving Springfield, it's Dallas.
It would sure be nice to see Mikey Rush get a win. This is a rider that has had so much bad luck. I think he's finished second maybe 8 times. I'm not really sure. I don't have any stats in front of me. But he's had another up-and-down season. It would be nice to see Mikey Rush walk away with a good finish.
Speaking of bad luck, you mentioned Mikey Rush, but also Ryan Barnes. They're not even here. They didn't make the trip out. They had some mechanical issues, so they stayed at home to get those bikes ready to go for the season finale there at Charlotte. He'll be coming up. He's normally in a production twins class, but he has missed bad luck. Mikey Rush is right there close by. Close second.
There were a couple times when we were watching Ryan race, and I'm like, oh, look, the green bike's in front. But you kind of had a feeling like something's going to go wrong, something's going to go wrong. Then you'd see like a puff of smoke and
Hope it never does. There's a look at Shayna Sexter-Bauman back there on the number 52. She won the last time we were here back in 2019. She's actually won the Springfield Mile 4 times. She also won in 2017, 2013, and 2012. And yesterday was the 10-year anniversary of her first ever AFT singles win. Wow. And she beat her now husband that day.
That's right.
That was one of my favorite races to call. I know I'm not supposed to have favorites, and I usually never do, but that day I was actually cheering for her to get her first win. She came from 8th place and got all the way up to the leaders. Her and Briar switched spots a couple of times, and she went on to win her first national. That was at Knoxville, Iowa, 10 years ago yesterday.
Maxwell seems to be struggling. He's right behind you. Maybe there's problems with the KTMs today.
Maybe they're working together to see what they got going on. The 52 Shannon Texter is now 5th. Maxwell is 7th. Tanner Dean, the Dean machine, goes to the head of the class on that lap. 39.851. That is quicker. So the Super Twins were a little bit slower, but the singles are quicker than they were the last time out. I think because they've been running the bottom the entire time, and now there's some rubber for them to grab a hold of. Look at Cody Kopp going by the 13 of Mishler. That was a solid move right there. Did you see that, Ricky?
I like Cody Kopp. When somebody asks me, who are the riders that they think to look forward in the future, I think Cody Kopp's going to be huge.
And some of the bigger teams are looking to try to pick him up for next year. We'll have to see how that unfolds. It's almost time for silly season.
That's what I was going to ask you. Do you think we're going to see a lot of changes in 2022?
Yeah, I definitely do. I think a lot of these riders, their contracts are up, trying to figure out what they're going to do next year. It's scary. As a rider, you don't know, and here we are in September, and you're already worrying about next year. It's hard, but you got to take that focus off and focus on today.
It's a performance-based job. You're only as hot as your results.
Absolutely. There's a look at Maxwell. Killer well right behind him is Tim Dean on the 38. Again, Dean is the fastest bike on the racetrack. Dallas Daniels is 3rd. Mikey Rush, who you're rooting for, is up there in 2nd right now. Here he comes in the draft of the 1 bike. That's his teammate, the Stopper Horsepower. Monster Energy Yamaha's right there. Dallas Daniels goes to the head of the class just as we were talking about it. Dallas Daniels a 39.812. Dallas Daniels, look at see what they did is they went way at the back of the pack. They wanted to work together. They had a plan, and it's working out. They are 1st and 4th respectively.
And this is another example of draft.
And this is qualifying, so it's very important. Get a good qualifying spot, put you on the front row. Nowadays, there's only rows of 4. It used to be rows of 6, so you knew you had to get in the top 12 spots to get on a front row. Now you got to get in the top 8 to get on a front row of a semifinal. Checkered flag is out. Shayna Texter-Bauman to the head of the class. Wow. 39.810 for the 52 bike. She waited until the last lap to lay down her fastest lap of the day. 39.810. Shayna Texter-Bauman is our fast qualifier so far in our first round. Dallas Daniels.
You know the fans love that.
Heck yeah, that's why I got excited. Dallas Daniels slides back to 2nd, the 39.812. So 2 1,000ths of a second between Shayna Texter-Bauman and Dallas Daniels. Tanner Dean sitting 3rd. Mikey Rush is 4th. Maxwell is 5th. Cole Zabala 6th. Cody Kopp is 7th. Trent Lowe, Morgan Michler, and Trevor Bruner rounding out your top 10. This is our first round of qualifying for the AFT singles class. They get 2 rounds. Looks like they're stopping. They stop and pull to the inside of the racetrack to do this practice start. You can see the roost just coming off those rear tires. The reason they stop on the inside, they don't want to lay down like a little trench right there on the racing surface.
But isn't the inside much different than the place where they're going to be starting from?
They're starting on the inside and a little bit further down, so too, yeah. So they start closer to the inside of the racetrack. That way you don't dig a trench right where they're racing on the racing line. When you come off the corner, you drift out wide, and then you go back inside going into the corner. But the line has definitely formed on the bottom of the racetrack. It's a blue groove starting to form. Group number 2 pulling onto the racetrack, 99 Stallings. 26 is Roos Evans, 54 is Inderbitzen, 94 is Wells, 124 Hunter Bauer, 110 Damon Ream, 243 is Jared Lowe, the 11 Andrew Luker, the 55 Tyler Raggio. This is group number 2, AFT Singles. Are you keeping an eye on this one, anybody? Or
I have no idea yet.
All right. We'll watch the clock. Hey, we had some fun yesterday, didn't we?
What did we do yesterday?
We sat between 2 turns.
We did. That was always fun.
Absolutely. So
I've had such a good time this season. I mean, it really, we have had a good time at the races, away from the races.
You don't tell the guys in the truck don't ever hear that. I hope they're not listening right now.
I should have said just Scotty and Chris and I have a good time with you guys. That's why.
That's Ricky Rackman up here, the Reverend. There's a look at the 11, Andrew Luker. He's a California rider. He raced last night, the Lodi Cycle Bowl.
How was Lodi?
Man, it was fun. I love that place. It's a neat little place. It's down in a hole, super fast little quarter-mile short track.
I met some of the riders, a couple of the riders that have only one arm.
Yep.
They raced at Lodi last night.
One of them did.
Yeah.
Jake McCullough did. Actually, I saw his mechanic right here beside us, actually. So he raced in a couple different classes last night.
Very impressive.
Absolutely. Has a Merton Lawwell prosthetic that he hooks onto his handlebar. It's pretty cool. Merton Lawwell was there last night, the 1969 champion who is on any Sunday.
And he is here today, and he'll be downstairs signing autographs at about 3 o'clock.
2:30 to 4 o'clock is the Legend autograph session. You're signing autographs too? You're a legend. Yeah, I do.
Nobody wants one.
You're a legend. Come on.
But I'm excited to meet those guys. I mean, we got a couple of guys from On Any Sunday, which was such a big part of my growing up.
50 years ago that came out. Can you believe that?
Okay, it was not part of my growing up then.
There's the re-release
it was
party.
Part of my growing up when it was re-released, I meant.
Re-release is coming out this year. 50 years later. Exactly. Isn't that crazy? Yeah, Jeff Ward, the old motocross guy, was one of those little kids doing the wheelie early on.
That was the part that I remembered. I remember that was Ward.
Yep.
And that was the part because that kid's just riding his like
forever.
His Schwinn Stingray or something, just doing that wheelie forever. That was such a great open.
I like the kids making the motorcycle noises.
And that was me.
Yeah, that was you too?
Yeah, put on a big wheel.
Yeah, for people that love motorcycles, it was the movie.
Absolutely.
And so many people started racing because of that movie. Ronnie Jones is one of them. He tells that story all the time. That's why he wanted to be a professional motorcycle racer.
I remember being a kid when it was re-released and the scenes of those guys riding on the beach, and that looked to be, because, I didn't get a bike when I was a kid.
Right.
And it looked like that was so much fun.
Yeah, it also didn't hurt that Steve McQueen was in there, a legend, a famous guy from California. If he could ride motorcycles, Malcolm Smith always had a smile on his face. So many stars in that movie. Group number 2 is on the racetrack. Fastest bike on the track. It looks like possibly the 99 Kevin Stallings up there in the 9th position. This is qualifying round 1. There's a little bitty groove on the bottom of the racetrack. That's what these singles are racing to get down to the bottom. The twins earlier were up higher. But it looks like the fastest way around is on the bottom.
I know qualifying is always important, but how important is getting a good starting position on a big track like Sacramento?
Yeah, qualifying is very important. You got to get out front. You got to get a good start. And you want to be with that lead grip that breaks away. You don't want to have to play catch-up. So qualifying is very important. That gets you on a good starting road. Actually, look at this. The 54 on that last lap. Michael Inderbitzen got all the way up to 5th on that last lap right there. The 54 from California, part of the Modesto Mafia. Inderbitzen got a good look inside the leathers, good decals on that bike. He is doing it for Pacific Tub and Tile 60 Helmets Chisholm Racing on that Honda number 54 of Inderbitzen. There's the 94. He'll stop over here and do a little practice start. 94, taking a look back. He is back in the 14th spot. That's Ryan Wells. So Wells pulls up, going to do a little practice start. This is AFT singles. We have one more group to go in our first round of qualifying for the singles. This is huge for Shayna right now. She started off the season with 2 wins, been on the struggle bus just a little bit right now. She's trying to get things going again, and she feels at home right here. She's won the Sacramento Mile 4 times, and she is our fast qualifier right now with a 3:9.810. That's cool for Shayna to laying down that quick lap.
Oh, yeah. And her teammate Maxwell, I don't think he did so well. I don't have any papers up here or anything to read, so I'm just trying to remember.
He's 6th right now.
Okay.
Group number 3 rolls onto the racetrack. A bunch of California riders in this one. 182 is Travis Petton. 135, Ezra Brusky. 14, Jacob Lehman. 101 is Grant Holmes. Also, there's the 195, Clayton Williams. The 111, Andre Oaks. The 103 is Michael Hill. 229, Noah Miller. And the 121, Jacob Cassio. This is our final group. First round of qualifying for the AFT Singles. Production Twins are up next. 135, Ezra Brusky, your friend out there, he's out in this session. Must be saved for session number 2.
The guy with crazier hair than you.
Oh, that's debatable. It's debatable. His is different colors.
Yeah. He is actually doing something on Facebook where they are auctioning off. You can decide what he paints on the side of his head to help pay for his fixed motorcycle.
Yep, that's awesome. He got into the wall really hard at the New York short track and actually busted the air fence out and destroyed the front end of that motorcycle. So yeah, he's definitely trying to raise some money to help fix that bike or get himself a new one. He'll do what he can. Rod Lake just popped over here. Wants to say hi to us up here in the booth. You're waving. You know Rod Lake, right? You met him? Really? We'll have to introduce you to Rod Lake. He knows everybody. So you're just growing up in California, you knew everybody that lived out here.
They're talking to me about stuff.
This is group number 3. Some of these riders don't get to ride on the AFT circuit, so when they come out to the West Coast, they get their chance. And here they are on the racetrack right now. This is group number 3, AFT Singles. Grant Holmes, the 101, up to the 15th spot. That is a Suzuki. Only 2 Suzukis racing with us today. Trent Lowe on the Wally Brown Racing Suzuki, currently 9th. The other Suzuki, Grant Holmes, on the racetrack right now is 15th, 101. There he is right now, the bright yellows. It's pretty rare to see some yellow Suzukis out here. We got 2 of them racing today in the singles class. Travis Petton right behind him on the 182. Got on the podium last night at the Lodi Cycle Bowl. Looked like he swung out of the track right there a little bit too soon.
Were there a lot of guys that are racing FT that were also at Lodi last night?
Not a lot of them. I think there was 27 total pro riders last night. I believe probably a handful, 5, 6, maybe 7 of them that run our circuit were racing last night. There's a $10,000 purse last night, I heard.
Wow.
Yeah.
Well, I have to go. I didn't know I was going to be on the microphone.
Where are you going now?
I am going to go look at the legends that are signing autographs.
Oh, you got to go sign autographs. I
And
see. All right. So they're more important than I am. I get it, Ricky. We'll talk to you after a while.
Okay. Thank you, Scott.
See you. Bye. That's the Reverend Ricky Rackman. He's got to go back to work. He's got to go earn his paycheck. Ricky Rackman stopping by the booth. White flag is out. Our final group, group number 3, AFT Singles. The 101, the 182 need to work together. Looks like the 182 slips off the groove down there, and that's going to cost him to lose touch with the 101 right there in front of him. Last group of qualifying round 1 for the AFT Singles. The time to beat 3:9.810. I've already written it down. 3:9.810 for the 52. Shannon Texterbaum. There's a look at the 14. That is Jacob Lehman. He is back in the 16th spot, so it doesn't matter if you're out in front. If your time is not fast enough, you're back there in the 15th position right now, Jacob Lehman. Ready flag up there is the 195 Clayton Williams from Bakersfield. There it is, folks. Shane Texter-Bauman, quickest in qualifying so far by 0.002 seconds. Shane Texter-Bauman, 3:9.810. Dallas Daniels, second, 0.002 seconds. As of the first round of qualifying, Dallas will be on the front row of his semifinal. Max will be on the front row in the same semifinal if this is how they end up. So that would be a good one. Time to see where they can judge off of each other. Michael Rush is 4th, Inderbitzen is 5th, Maxwell, Cole Zabala, Cody Kopp, Trent Lowe, Kevin Stallings round out your top 10. Morgan Mishler, Trevor Bruner, Aiden Rusevs, Ryan Wells, Grant Holmes up there in the 15th spot. Good solid run by Grant. Jacob Lehman, Tyler Raggio, Travis Petton in 18th. Up next, we're already shifting gears. The Production Twins presented by Vance & Hines class getting set to go. Up next, AFT Production Twins presented by Vance & Hines class. The entire field of the AFT singles class was within 1 second of each other. So that's pretty cool out here with 26 different bikes. Here we go, Production Twins. Their first round of qualifying, 65. We're taking a look at him. That's Corey Texter trying to win his second championship in this class. 62 is Dan Bromley. He's trying to keep his championship hopes alive by winning today. 49 is Chad Coast. 42, Jeremiah Duffy. 71, Pat Buchanan. 96, Jesse Janish. 161, Casey Cisco. That is group number 1, Production Twins. This class is presented by Vance and Hines. Down to turn number 3 and 4. Again, the line is formed at the bottom of the racetrack. I was surprised to see that. That's only where the singles were riding earlier today. The Production Twins and the Super Twins were up high. Chad Coast leads the freight train on the front straightaway. Ben Lau right behind him on the 25 bike, trying to get it dialed in. Again, struggled a little bit in Springfield last weekend, expecting him to be up front. Ben Lau last weekend finished up with a 16th and a 14th, so he's trying to get things pointed the right direction here today. California sitting in the 5th spot in the point standings now. It's Corey Texter is our points leader. Dan Bromley is in 2nd. There's 67 points separating these top 2 riders. Finish up today. 2 rounds will be left. Off the turn of 4 on the front straightaway. 49, Chad Coast out in front. Bromley right there, 2nd on the 62 by Janish on the train number 96 up to 2nd place. Chad Coast at 39.004. They're just about a full second faster than they were in the first practice session. Now Corey Texter goes ahead of the class, 38.984. The fastest in practice was a 39.965. So they're about a full second faster than they were out there in practice. It looked like the pace is picking up a little bit, except for the Super Twins class, and I think it's because the Super Twins have to really slow it down to get down on the bottom into the corners here at the Sacramento Mile. There's a look back at Bromley, back here 3rd on the racetrack. The 62 bike currently 4th on the speed charts. He is right behind Jesse Janish on the 96 bike. Janish was at the top spot for just a second. Now Corey Texter goes a little bit faster, 38.607. Now they're 1.3 seconds faster than they were in our first practice session. Corey Texter using the draft, gets up to Pat Buchanan, pulls out early on that G&G Racing Yamaha up the inside. Texter goes by Pat Buchanan up into turn number 3. Buchanan on the number 71 Harley-Davidson. Texter at the top spot. Jesse Janish 2nd. Chad Coast is 3rd. Duffy 4th. Dan Bromley back there in the 5th position. White flag is out. 1 lap to go here in qualifying round number 1 for the Production Twins class. There goes Pat Buchanan off the groove, going up to the air fence, going a long way around turns 1 and 2. You have to let out the throttle, basically, look over your shoulder, drop that back down to the bottom of the racetrack, and then grab a handful, and you lose a lot of time and definitely a lot of momentum. Track breaking up just a little bit going into turn number 3. Doesn't seem to be slowing them down that much. And Big P, our flagman, pulls out the big checker flag, and it's waving. Here they come to the checker flag. 3 wide back here, a little bit deeper in the pack across the finish line. There's Pat Buchanan in the 42, Jeremiah Duffy. So it's Corey Texter, 38.607 for the number 65 bike, trying to get that number 1 plate for next year. 38.607 for C-Tex. Cruz's dad, Shayna's brother, Corey Texter, 65, 38.607 at the top spot. Jesse Janish 2nd, 38.703. Chad Coast is 3rd, 38.896. Jeremiah Duffy, 39.044. Dan the Man, Dan Bromley back there in 5th, 39.075. Pat Buchanan, 39.124. And Ben Lau back here in 7th. So that's how they end up in our first round of qualifying. Production Twins, Corey Texter. He wants to win that championship, but he wants to do it by winning today's race. Wants to already be on that podium when we hand out that hardware, the number 1 plate. He's already won it back in 2019. Looking for his 2nd championship in AFT. He can do that right here today. That's the beautiful G&G Yamaha. Red, white, and blue, always flying the American colors. Got the stars going. Group number 2 is already lined up and ready to go. And here they come. The 13 is Morgan Mishler. 60 bike Nick Armstrong. 38 Tanner Dean. 50 Jimmy McAllister. 103 is Michael Hill. Also joining us out there is the 161 Casey Cisco. Cisco's not actually on my list right now, but he's supposed to be in the first group. That's why he's supposed to be in group number 1. He's out there in group number 2. This is AFT Production Twins class presented by Vincent Hines. This is their second group. First round of qualifying. So Cisco slides out with group number 2. He's on that bright green Kawasaki down the back straightaway. There's a look at the 38. Tanner Dean putting his hand up in the air. Something wrong with 38, trying to get out of harm's way. So what you usually do is you usually pull in the clutch with your left hand, throw up your right hand when you're on that straightaway, trying to let everybody know. So Tanner Dean off the pace, the 38 bike. Dean was waving his hand frantically, and maybe he just wanted to get out of the way. Now he still has his hand up. So Tanner Dean is off the pace right here on the front straightaway. Tanner's got his hands up. Now he's trying to get that thing woed down, trying to get out of the way. He doesn't want to race on the groove either, so now he crosses up to the high side of the racetrack. So Dean definitely off the pace on the 38 bike. Tanner Dean on the Walrath Racing Hovey Racing Savage Customs number 38 off the pace. Tough break for Tanner Dean, who was pretty quick in practice just a little while ago. So Dean pulls off on the back straightaway. He'll take the little pit road back to the infield. And that's a good move. If that bike's not right, pull it off, save it for later. If it's leaking oil or fluids or anything like that, you don't want to lay that down on the racetrack. So Tanner Dean's taking the inner lap back to the pit area. There's a look at Morgan Mishler, the 13 bike. 13 is fastest on the racetrack right now. Morgan Mishler back in the 6th spot, 39.096. He doesn't have a lot of twin experience. He doesn't have much on a mile for sure. So Morgan Mishler got on the podium last weekend at Springfield, or Sacramento today. But Morgan Mishler, the 13 bike here in the Production Twins class. Taking a look back there, he ended up with a 2nd and a 5th last weekend. So he's getting dialed in on that Vance & Hines Harley-Davidson. He'll be running double duty, also racing in the singles class. And again, there's a look at the Dean machine, Tanner Dean, going back to the pit area. So something was wrong with that bike. Looks like he's just kind of coasting it back to the attention of his crew. So Mishler up to 4th on the 13 bike. Morgan Mishler out there by himself, and that's impressive. Usually 2 bikes will go faster than 1, but Mishler out there working it by himself on the black and orange Vance & Hines Harley-Davidson. Corey Texter still at the top spot, 38.607. Mishler now 4th. That will slide Duffy back to 5th. Dan Bromley back to 6th. Pat Buchanan is in 7th on the 71 bike. He was in that first group. There's the Cisco kid, Casey Cisco. He's supposed to be in that first group. He's out here in this second group, number 161. He is currently 11th quick. Nick Armstrong from California is back there in the 8th position. This is group number 2, AFT Production Twins, presented by Vincent Hines class. Leaders in the middle of 3 and 4. There's a look at the 103, Michael Hill from Milwaukee, Oregon. And look back at a few other riders. Nick Armstrong, the 60. Jimmy McAllister on the 50 bike. Checkered flag is out for Morgan Mishler. Looks like Raymond Rizzo is waving the checkered flag. He is our racing chaplain. He'll do our invocation a little bit later on. And there's Nick Armstrong, the 60 bike. I love what they do. Him and his family build that bike. His dad and his uncle build those bikes and go racing in American flat track. Nick Armstrong, the 60 bike. Currently 8th here in our first round of qualifying. Corey Texter ends up with the top spot, 38.607, which is about a 2nd and 3/10 faster than it was in practice. So Texter at the top spot, 38.607. Janish 2nd, 38.703. Morgan Mishler gets up to 3rd on that last lap with a 38.886. Chad Coase is 4th. Jeremiah Duffy 5th. Dan Bromley 6th. Pat Buchanan 7th. Nick Armstrong 8th. Ben Lau goes back 1 spot down to 9th. 10th is Michael Hill. 11th, Casey Cisco. Jimmy McAllister is 12th. Gary Ketchum is 13th. And Tanner Dean rounds out your field again. He was off the pace right there with a couple of laps into that one, so he coasted across the start-finish line. Took that bike back to the pit area. That is it with our first round of qualifying for the singles and production twins. We got a break scheduled. We're going to set up the Honda Talent here in just a moment to help widen out that groove just a little bit. It's very narrow on the bottom of the racetrack right now. We're going to send that Honda Talent out. He's got Dunlop tires on there with the exact same rubber the riders will be using. You can also see when the bikes come off the racetrack, they go straight to the tech area right now. That is mandatory, so they go through the tech. They check different things when they go into that tech area. It's right behind the Harley-Davidson Vance & Hines team. And the Honda Talon's actually making its way onto the racetrack right now. Again, Dunlop tires on there. VIPs in the seats out there, except for the driver. Driver's Richie Morris. And it looks like he's going off the racetrack just a little bit, trying to lay down some rubber. The Honda Talon available in 2 or 4-seat models. Probably the most anticipated side-by-side to ever come out. 1,000cc Talon-specific high-output engine. Quick shifting automatic DCT transmission. Exclusive 4-wheel drive technology. Fox Q35 manually adjustable suspension, built in the USA. That's right, built in Florence, South Carolina, and nobody does it like Honda. The Honda Talon is going to put some rubber down on the racetrack. We're done with our first round of qualifying for the production twins, the AFT singles. When we get back onto the racetrack, Mission Super Twins qualifying is scheduled to be next at 3:20. We're way ahead of that. We got ahead of schedule just a little bit. Out here today, they'll do some track maintenance as soon as the Honda Talon gets done, trying to widen out that groove just a little bit. I got the chance to ride in the Honda Talon at the New York short track, and I enjoyed every second of it. So if you want a side-by-side, go check out the all-new Honda Talon. Opening ceremonies, 4:45 out here on the West Coast time zone. Open fan walk area right about 6:25, right after the Mission Super Twins challenge is all done. We'll send that Honda Talon out, and then we'll open up the pit area for you to go across the racetrack, straight across the finish line. Again, that's going on at about 6:20 p.m. until about 7 o'clock. 7:05 will bring you back into the grandstands, and then we'll have our 3 main events here tonight. Production Twins main will be first. AFT singles will be second. Mission Super Twins will be the last race of the night. All right, race fans, we're a little bit ahead of schedule. The Honda Talon out there putting some laps in. We'll do some track maintenance. In the meantime, we're going to get a commercial break taken care of. And after the commercial break, we'll put the races from Wheat Sport, New York, when Sammy Halbert showing you how tough he was. We'll be right back with some updates right after the Wheat Sport number 1.
The way this racetrack has turned out, AJ, is incredible. They can run high, low, middle, anywhere they want. We're talking 8 riders in contention for this right now. The final corner awaits. Look at this track. Briar Bauman's going to have to use the track. Briar Bauman wins 2 years in a row here at Williamsburg.
Everything we do at the track shapes what we build for the street and the dirt.
You can see how bad these guys want it. A race to the line.
For us, racing is not for the trophies or the glory. We compete because it makes everything we do faster, more durable, and tested to a higher standard. For S&S, racing is the ultimate in proven performance, and we've been proving it since 1958.
Hold on to your burritos because things are about to get too fast, too tasty. Mission Foods is a proud sponsor of the AFT Super Twins. Add Mission to your race-watching snacks for mouth-watering race day flavors. Mission Foods. Too fast, too tasty. Kicker Performance Audio is the official sound system of American Flat Track. Kicker's fully stocked line of products includes speakers, amplifiers, and subwoofers for your car and truck stereo systems, as well as those for your boat, side-by-side, and touring motorcycle. Kicker also makes Bluetooth outdoor speakers, over-ear headphones, and earbuds to pair with your favorite mobile device. To learn more or find a dealer, visit kicker.com. With over 300 World Championship titles, for 44 years, Öhlins advanced suspension technology has been providing the pinnacle of suspension for all areas of motorsports. For road or track, dirt or asphalt, when you choose Öhlins products to elevate your performance, you get Öhlins USA support and service to keep fueling your passion for excellence. Parts Unlimited, the people behind We Support the Sport, welcome you to this high-action event. We are proud to join with race fans everywhere in working to ensure that our sport gets bigger and more exciting each season. And you too can support the sport by visiting your local dealer who stocks products from Parts Unlimited. They've got the very best in high-performance parts and accessories and the best support network in the business. Parts Unlimited. We support the sport. Cardo Systems is the official Bluetooth communicator for American Flat Track. Whether on the road or at the track, the Cardo Systems industry-leading mesh technology keeps you and your fellow riders connected. Racers like Sammy Halbert rely on Cardo for street riding entertainment, as well as a training tool at the track. All Cardo communicators are fully waterproof, dirt-proof, and feature sound by JBL. For more information, check out cardosystems.com and follow Cardo on all social media platforms at @CardoSystems.
Born from the desire to inspire and create adventure and community, Super 73 is an electric bike brand fusing motorcycle heritage and youth culture. Founded in 2016 and based in Southern California, Super 73 has led the charge in pioneering a new approach to help redefine the electric bicycle industry. By emphasizing thoughtful design, responsible manufacturing techniques, and local community engagement, the brand continually strives to grow and expand into a true industry leader. Visit super73.com for more information.
Honda's all-new Talon 1000 X4, the official sports side-by-side of American Flat Track, and the same vehicle driven during intermissions to condition the track. Featuring a high-tech 6-speed automatic dual-clutch transmission, quick revving 1000cc twin-cylinder engine, Fox suspension, intelligent four-wheel drive, and stadium seating for up to 4. The Talons are now available at your local Honda Powersports dealer.
Knauf Insulation's mission is to challenge conventional thinking and create innovative insulation solutions that shape the way we live and build in the future, with care for the people who make them, the people who use them, and the world we all depend on. Remember, think of Knauf. Have you been involved in a motorcycle accident? Call 1-800-LAW-TIGERS, America's motorcycle lawyers. This should be the first call you make after a motorcycle accident. The Law Tigers will make sure you get the compensation you deserve. Call 1-800-LAW-TIGERS now or visit lawtigers.com. You won't regret it.
If you ever dreamed of blue skies, fresh air, and blue-green water, then look no further. If your idea of heaven on earth includes velvet golf courses, romantic evenings, and sunsetting, then you owe it to yourself to check our Southwest Florida's beautiful Punta Gorda and its neighboring areas. At mydigitallisting.com, we have been making dreams come true for over a decade. Supporters of American Flat Track since 1999, our team of professionals are ready to help you find your vacation, investment, and permanent new residence in paradise.
Here on NBCSN, we're ready for our Mission Super Twins main event. It's a short track, traction at a premium. Briar Bauman looked good throughout our qualifying. Brandon Robinson second to the points here in the number 44, hoping to track him down. Or maybe we're in line for an upset winner. It's a different type of track than we've seen lately.
Yeah, it's been a while since these guys have been out on the racetrack, too. See if that high line will stay in, or maybe these guys will just drop all the way down to the bottom.
Yeah, they were all over the racetrack in our previous mains, especially that singles class you saw earlier. The Bauman brothers, 1-2 on the grid. Sammy Halbert returning from injury and had a crash earlier. He's still seated third. JD Beach and the Yamaha boys trying to figure out how to solve this racetrack. It's 10th on the grid. We get ready for our main. 10 minutes plus 2 laps for all the glory here from New York. Jared Mees, good jump on the number 9 from the outside.
It'll be Briar Bauman on the inside, gets a hole shot, leads her off turn 2.
And Halbert right there in the 69, splitting them. Halbert switching from outside to inside now.
Yeah, Mees goes directly to the top, but so does Briar, rolls it all the way up there.
But how about Halbert coming back from injury, then a big crash in his semi, was right there, had the lead momentarily. No, Briar Bauman fights back.
Yeah, Briar gets a turn, tries to make that whole D-shaped back straightaway into a straightaway.
And you've got his brother Bronson on the 37 way up high. There's the 92 of Brandon Price. And let's see who can run with this lead pack.
Brandon Price just came on strong, it seems like, in the main event for the last couple races now. Let's see if he's able to get up there.
Mees and Bronson Bauman running the high line.
Then it's Briar Bauman and Coolbeth, the Coolbeth Nyla Racing entry of Halbert down there on the low line. Right now, it looks like the low line's working a little better.
Yeah, the low line definitely worked a little bit better, but as we were talking about in the singles, man, it's really hard for Briar to lead because he's up there just kind of cutting his own tracks, he doesn't know if the low line's working because he doesn't have a rear view mirror behind him to see what the other guys are doing.
Oh, we just had your proof. He actually just switched to the high line out of that corner. So now he's going high, and Halbert's going to just stay low.
Yeah, let's see if it pays off for him. If Halbert gets by him, and then he'll know that, hey, that bottom line's better, but it's kind of a risky move. Just as you can see, he's already getting the run on him.
I think it's going to work. He's got the lead.
Yeah, it looks like the low line is just a tad bit better unless Briar can get up there and kind of get his momentum going. Sometimes it takes a few laps to kind of get in your rhythm, get in your groove. You got to have your shut-off points. Well, he drops right back to the bottom.
Well, okay, he spent 2 laps out there, and he went from leading to second, so maybe a reset. Meanwhile, you have Jared Mees still experimenting, battling with Bronson Bauman.
Yeah, it's just difficult when you know, the first 5 laps, you're just kind of searching around, seeing what works, and seems like these guys are finding that the bottom is the fastest way around the racetrack right now.
Yeah, lo and behold, there is Mees sticky to it. He switched a few laps ago. Robinson next, and then it's Price trying to get around him. These are teammates. Mission Foods, Bruce Systems of Dallas entries from the Indian Motorcycles.
You can see these guys kind of slipping around. When you take that lower line, it's really hard to get it slowed down. It's because the corner is that much tighter, so coming into the corner, you're trying to finesse the throttle and the brake at the same time to keep your wheels in line.
So the laps keep clicking off, and how about Sammy Halbert dealing with the pressure? Different lines used by Briar Bauman, but has not really been able to show Halbert a wheel.
Yeah, this is an amazing run by Sammy Halbert. I mean, it was just, a couple months ago, he broke his right foot. I mean, quite a few bones in the end of his foot that he broke from getting it hung up in the wall at Joliet, and then that crash here in the semifinal. I mean, that was a hard crash. He basically got bike slammed by a 340-pound Indian, and now he's out here leading the main event. Talk about being a warrior.
Unbelievable. So Slammin' Sammy starting to get away now. He did return for our last race and finished 11th in Pennsylvania, so no indication that this was coming, but he is on it right now. Let's see if Briar can fight back. Meanwhile, you've got Robinson in that 44. He is starting to close on Mees, and here comes Brandon Price of the 92.
Yeah, Brandon Robinson got to keep himself up in the positions as much as possible. I mean, he's close in the points, but if he keeps on letting Briar, get a couple positions ahead of him, that's going to be enough for him to pull away in the points.
And J.D. Beach in the Yamaha, how about this? Went back to his old game, filled in for the factory Yamaha team in road racing on an off weekend. They've been working very hard with this Yamaha, but I would think the slick short track, is this where they're making the most progress?
I'd say that this is the most that they've been doing a lot of testing, so they've definitely been making some progress. But with this being, on the bottom of the racetrack, the acceleration that the Yamaha has could almost be better to just help the bike get off the corner when they're taking such a tight turn.
Oh, okay. Because I know traction is what they've been working on. So on the slick surface, is that a problem, or are they getting there?
It's definitely difficult, but they've been working a lot on chassis, suspension, and a lot on the firing order of that engine. Basically everything on that engine or that whole motorcycle they've been working on. They haven't been leaving no stone unturned.
All right, so JD there at 95, down the low line, is right in the mix, battling it out with Robinson and Mees. If he put that Yamaha on the podium tonight, that team would be ecstatic. Got a little work to do, though, as Price is trying to take the measure of Robinson. Back up front, looking good for Halbert.
Yeah, Halbert's starting to pull away. You see him sitting back on the rear fender, just trying to get as much weight as he possibly can over the rear tire to get traction. But Sammy from the Pacific Northwest, there's a lot of short tracks up there. One of his specialties, that's for sure.
Well, he's showing it right now. What a bounce back this would be. Missed a couple of rounds with the broken foot. You would never know it. So as far as the title is concerned, he's out of it. But you get a race win straight up against Briar Bauman, you're doing something right. But there's still plenty of time. 4 minutes and 2 laps. This is a long distance on a short track.
Yeah, it really is. Just one mistake. You can overcook it into the corner. As you can see, Brandon Price's front end kind of moving around on him. That's him just running into the corner just a little too deep and missing the apex of the corner.
So now the 92 of Price under pressure, just running that low line, the 95. Yeah, that's good stuff from Beach, and good stuff up front from our race leader, Sammy Halbert. Progressive American Flat Track here on NBCSN. Great racing. These riders all scrapping to get into podium contention. You've got Brandon Price, you've got Jared Vanderkoy, JD Beach, Brandon Robinson. They're just outside the mix. This is for 5th place.
Yeah, Jared Vanderkoy looks like he's finding something up around the outside there. Really smooth. Keeping his wheels in line, starting to pick up momentum and see if he's able to get around the outside here.
Ooh, Price squeezed him. They were right up against the wall, and Vanderkoy stayed in it and takes the spot.
Yeah, you see that wider entry into the corner. He's not having to pinch it in the center as much as what Price is doing, and just goes right on by.
Oh, meanwhile, Jared Mees has caught back up to Bronson Bauman. Bauman had him covered for a few laps. This is for the podium.
Yeah, Bronson's been looking good. If he's able to hold on to a podium, that'll be a really good finish for him.
Yeah, definitely building momentum here the last couple of rounds, Bronson, but you have to deal with Jared Mees. That is a tall task. As determined, as experienced, as gritty as they come, the multi-time series champ, and he will scratch a claw for every point. So he wants that podium tonight as we go back to Price and Beach battling here.
Yeah, look at JD just right on the bottom, trying to get down on any bit of fresh racetrack that he possibly can to get that Yamaha hooked up.
And Price now following him on the bottom as well. They've shuffled Robinson back. That is the rider who's lost the most in that battle. A couple of riders have gotten around him. Let's check back into your leader. It has been Sammy Halbert on the 69 for a while. My question is Briar Bauman waiting, or can he just not get any closer?
I don't think he's waiting. Like right now, since he's opened up a little bit of gap on him, Sammy has. You know, he's been trying to hunt him back down, but on a racetrack like this, sometimes when you push it's a little too hard, you make mistakes. So I really think that Briar's is trying to inch away at him, and he definitely has since the last time. Look at there, going into the corner, just gobbles up a lot of time. See if he's able to do it again going into turn 3.
Yeah, can he get it hooked up coming out? Definitely has the entry. Look at how much he makes up right here.
Yeah, he's definitely running into the corner. He's made it all up now. He's there.
Oh, here we go. So 1 minute to go before the 2 laps to go board comes out. So we're looking at maybe 4 or 5 laps. Can Halbert hold on? This would be a big win.
Yeah, Briar is definitely not afraid to get aggressive, to run it in and make a block pass.
Whoa, right there. But what has happened, you know, we saw riders experimenting with the high line. They're both down low. Is he just going to have to move him?
He definitely will have to get aggressive, try to get a run off the corner and just come in and, like I said, make a little bit of a block pass, see if he makes it right here.
Oh, a little bit of an opening. This is what Briar Bauman has been looking for.
Not quite. Sammy's opening the door, leaving the door open just a little bit into the corner. He's going to have to be on protect mode.
Oh, this is good stuff here, this New York short track. There's an opening. If Briar gets this big entry, he might be able to get the block pass.
He does.
There it is.
But look and see if Sammy's able to square him back up. Whoa. Looked like Briar almost high-sided there, kind of got on the throttle just a little too hard, let Sammy go back by.
Oh, that was what Halbert needed. He needed a bailout. He got it because Bauman had the lead. Okay, instant replay here this next time around.
Yeah, he's going to go for it.
Oh, there it is. He makes a pass. Can he hold on this time? Oh, good job by Halbert. He squared it back up to the inside.
That was a veteran move by Sammy. Just kind of checked up a little bit, let Briar go by, and cut back underneath him.
All right, so now we know the move from Bauman. Now we know the counter for Halbert. So Bauman might have to figure something else out.
Sammy knows that he just has to stay right on the bottom, maybe like be on protect mode, because if he opens the door just a little bit, Briar's going to be there to put it underneath him.
This is going to come down to turn 3, final lap. Halbert looking for the win. Bauman, you know what he likes to do? Drive it down deep on the entrance. No, he's going to go high.
Sammy really protected going into turn 3. He has one more straightaway.
And the drive is not going to work for Bauman. And how about it? Sammy Halbert back from injury and back in victory lane. There is Kenny Coolbeth, one of the legends of this sport. And these two have brought the team back to the top.
It's awesome to see the number 69 back on top. Sammy representing the number 69 for his late brother Jethro. so cool to see.
Absolutely. And how gritty. This guy got run over in his semi. Crashed. Larry Pegram had nowhere to go, ran him over. He didn't even compete in our Mission Foods Challenge. He lines back up for the main, not in salvage mode, race winner mode. And there is, well, there's the guy that you know knows his way around this track. When you're talking to Coolbeth, you get good advice. They are pumped. What a win for Halbert. Mies, well, he won that battle with Bronson Bauman, salvaging podium points. That's what he does. And that torrid fight for fifth, it goes to Vanderkoy, Beach, and Robinson. Price, Fisher, Carlisle round out the top 10. Let's go down to Kristen.
Sammy Halbert in his second start after missing 4 rounds, after hitting the ground earlier in the day, after battling with the points leader, Briar Bauman, you're able to take the win. Did you leave everything out on track in that main event?
Woo! Heck yeah! That was awesome. I love it. Woo! That's, I was fired up to say the least. I just had to focus in and be smart. You know, he was trying those block passes on me, and I just had to use my years of experience to keep it on the bottom and not let him get the best of me, especially on that last lap. I know he's so aggressive with going for these wins, and so I did not give him an opening. We brought it home. Just a big thanks to my whole team, keeping me safe, and man, I'm just so blessed to be out here. It's you know, the last time I had knee surgery, I came back 12 weeks later and won my first race. So I knew that I could come back from surgery and do really well, although I tried to come back a couple weeks too early and didn't. So this is my real comeback, and I showed what I'm made of.
I think LL Cool J says it best. He was never gone, so it's not really a comeback, right? Don't call it a comeback. Guys?
It is like he picked up right where he left off. Thanks, Kristen. Big one for Sammy Halbert. That'll make it interesting because, again, it's a doubleheader. And we'll be back here tomorrow night. And if you've got the track dialed once, why not twice? So big for him. Not so bad, though, for Briar Bauman. He does pick up some more points on his championship rivals. We'll talk to him next.
Race fans, VP Racing Fuels offers a full line of power sports fuels, lubricants, coolants, and appearance products for track and street. From pro racers to weekend warriors, we help riders make more power. Ask your local power sports dealer. Brought to you by Yamaha and its best-in-class lineup of power sports vehicles. For more information on how you too can experience the pinnacle of performance both on and off-road, visit YamahaMotorsports.com.
S&S Cycle was born from a passion for racing and has spent over 60 years building high performance for the power sports market. All the while, racing has remained at our core. From the Bonneville Salt Flats to championships in Progressive American Flat Track, S&S is the go-to for high performance on and off the racetrack.
Arai Helmet started racing in America in flat track, and we've been supporting it ever since. Arai, handcrafted with an obsessive dedication to rider protection. For more information, please visit our website, AraiAmericas.com.
Explore the full Indian motorcycle lineup, including the all-new redesigned FTR with 17-inch wheels and street-tuned suspension, or the new generation of a classic, the 2022 Indian Chief. For more info and to schedule a demo ride, visit IndianMotorcycle.com. Always wear a helmet, never drink and ride.
Dunlop is proud to be the official tire of Progressive American Flat Track. What we learn from racing is rolled into our production tires, such as the Dunlop K180, a street-legal version of the aggressive DT3 flat track tire. With the K180, Street riders can now have the authentic flat track tire experience. No other tire company has won more American motorcycle championships than Dunlop. Cometic Gasket is the official gasket of Progressive American Flat Track. For decades, Progressive American Flat Track champions have depended on Cometic to seal their engines. Cometic gaskets are the professional standard for racers who demand the very best. For more information, log on to Cometic.com. Cometic Gasket, sealing championships since 1989.
Drag Specialties welcomes race fans. At Drag Specialties, our commitment to riding is a way of life. That's why we want to remind you that when you're ready to tackle maintenance or add performance and style to your ride, make your first stop a local dealer who stocks products from Drag Specialties. Drag Specialties. Enjoy the races.
Memphis Shades brings you a whole new level of style when it comes to motorcycle windshields and fairings. The quality, style, and selection set these products apart from the pack. Memphis Shades designs and builds all windshields, fairings, and hardware in-house. Raw materials in, finished goods out. Made in Memphis. Style that works.
With the Law Tigers, you don't have to handle your motorcycle accident alone. They have over 20 years experience and know what injured riders and their families are going through after a tragic accident. Law Tigers will help you get your motorcycle and gear either fixed or replaced. Call 1-800-LAW-TIGERS now for your free case evaluation or visit lawtigers.com. The Law Tigers, America's motorcycle lawyers. Rawr. Have you checked your tire pressure recently? Setting tire pressure is easy with the ProFill Air Chuck by Motion Pro. This unique tool allows you to reach even the most difficult to access valve stems. Great for all motorcycles, ATVs and UTVs, and works great on your car, truck, and RV too. Find the ProFill Air Chuck and more at motionpro.com.
Everything we do at the track shapes what we build for the street and the dirt.
You can see how bad these guys want it. A race to the line.
For us, racing is not for the trophies or the glory. We compete because it makes everything we do faster, more durable, and tested to a higher standard. For S&S, racing is the ultimate in proven performance, and we've been proving it since 1958.
And we're here live at Sacramento, California. It's the Law Tigers Sacramento Mile Cal Expo. Today's race is presented by Knauf Insulation. It is Progressive American Flat Track, round number 15 here in Sacramento, California, Northern California. It's a beautiful day for some motorcycle racing. So far today, we have seen some practice from the Mission Super Twins. They are set to go with qualifying round number 1 in just a little while. After that, we'll get into our qualifying round 2 for the Production Twins and the AFT singles. So that's what's on the docket. Up next will be Mission Super Twins at about 3:20 p.m. out here West Coast time. Opening ceremonies today, 4:45, again, West Coast time zone. After opening ceremonies, we'll have all 6 semifinals, 2 from each class. The Mission Super Twins Mission Challenge is at about 6:05 p.m. today. After that, we'll open up the paddock area right there across the start-finish line after the Honda Talon goes out. So, again, the open paddock area is from 6:25 until about 7:05. So if you want to meet the riders, that is the time to do so. We got to be careful crossing the racetrack. That is going on a little bit later on. After that, we'll have our 3 main events today. Great surprise today. Shayna Texter-Bauman started off the season with 2 wins at the start of the season, and she is our fast time so far out here in qualifying of the 3:9.810 in the AFT singles class. And yesterday was a historic day for her. 10 years ago yesterday, she picked up her first win of her career, Knoxville, Iowa, one of the most exciting races I've ever called as an announcer. And she is on fire right now. She's looking good so far. And we have a soundbite from her from earlier. I think Kristen caught up with Shayna. Let's check it out.
Yeah, 10 years ago, Knoxville, Iowa became a very special day for me. It was already a special racetrack for my family, with my grandfather being inducted into the Hall of Fame there a few years prior. So, yeah, I just put a little extra stamp on the specialness of Knoxville, Iowa, and went on to win my first American Flat Track singles main event, and now beat my now husband's butt. And I use those for bragging rights every day.
Here she is taking a look at qualifying at round number 1, the 52 factory Red Bull KTM rider. She's got this place figured out. She has won here 4 times, actually, back in 2012, 2013, 2019, and 2017. So I got a little bit out of order on that one. She's won here 4 times. She's looking to repeat again. She started off the season strong with 2 wins down to Volusia. It'd be awesome to book in the season. So we had a break coming up. When we come back, Mission Super Twins qualifying at 3:20 p.m. right here from Sacramento.
In 2021, Royal Enfield celebrates 120 years of riding pure. The iconic brand will continue to pursue its efforts in the production twin class and the Build Train race program. After a successful first-year campaign, Royal Enfield looks to improve on last year's effort. For more information, please visit royalenfield.com.
S&S Cycle was born from a passion for racing and has spent over 60 years building high performance for the power sports market. All the while, racing has remained at our core. From the Bonneville Salt Flats to championships in Progressive American Flat Track, S&S is the go-to for high performance on and off the racetrack.
Dunlop is proud to be the official tire of Progressive American Flat Track. What we learn from racing is rolled into our production tires, such as the Dunlop K180. A street-legal version of the aggressive DT3 flat track tire. With the K180, street riders can now have the authentic flat track tire experience. No other tire company has won more American motorcycle championships than Dunlop.
Born from the desire to inspire and create adventure and community, Super 73 is an electric bike brand fusing motorcycle heritage and youth culture. Founded in 2016 and based in Southern California, Super 73 has led the charge in pioneering a new approach to help redefine the electric bicycle industry. By emphasizing thoughtful design, responsible manufacturing techniques, and local community engagement, the brand continually strives to grow and expand into a true industry leader. Visit super73.com for more information. At Tech Mounts, we support motorcycle riders, industry retailers, and OEMs for over 20 years. Proudly designed and manufactured in the USA, Tech Mounts has become the #1 source for mounting any mobile device on any vehicle and comes with a lifetime guarantee. See all Tech Mounts products at your local motorcycle dealers, retailers, and on techmounts.com.
Brought to you by Yamaha and its best-in-class lineup of power sports vehicles. For more information on how you too can experience the pinnacle of performance both on and off-road, visit YamahaMotorsports.com. The rookies of '79 are former racers and champions of the sport who reunited in 2009 to form the official charity for American Flat Track. 10 years and over $1.7 million raised for our injured racers. Visit rookies79.com to see how you can help. Cometic Gasket is the official gasket of Progressive American Flat Track. For decades, Progressive American Flat Track champions have depended on Cometic to seal their engines. Cometic gaskets are the professional standard for racers who demand the very best. For more information, log on to Cometic.com. Cometic Gasket, sealing championships since 1989. Drag Specialties welcomes race fans. At Drag Specialties, our commitment to riding is a way of life. That's why we want to remind you that when you're ready to tackle maintenance or add performance and style to your ride, make your first stop a local dealer who stocks products from Drag Specialties. Drag Specialties. Enjoy the races.
Explore the full Indian motorcycle lineup, including the all-new redesigned FTR with 17-inch wheels and street-tuned suspension, or the new generation of a classic, the 2022 Indian Chief. For more info and to schedule a demo ride, visit IndianMotorcycle.com. Always wear a helmet, never drink and ride.
Arai Helmet started racing in America in flat track, and we've been supporting it ever since.
Arai, handcrafted with an obsessive dedication to rider protection. For more information, please visit our website, ariamericas.com.
For the past 40 years, SDI Insulation has been dedicated to helping Californians construct and retrofit super efficient residential homes and buildings that save money and positively impact the environment. When you want to live green and save green, call SDI, your building and home performance specialists.
Track prep continues out here at the Law Tiger Sacramento Mile. We've got a new sponsor on board. Insta360 is the official action camera of American Flat Track. There's a good look at Kenny Coolbeth. Take a look from the handlebar camera back on Kenny Coolbeth, pushing his Coolbeth Nyla Racing Indy motorcycle. That is the bike that Sammy Halbert is riding here today. But the Insta360, a brand new camera, you can take it back after you get done recording. You can spin that 360 degrees around. Here's a look back at from the back of one of the motorcycles in the Production Twins class. This is the Springfield Mile last weekend. Here comes Jesse Janish up the inside trying that draft pass, sliding off into turn number one. What a clear shot that is. It's like you're on the back of the motorcycle looking backwards. That is so cool. There's Tanner Dean going up to the high side of the racetrack on the 38 bike. Corey Texter, your points leader here. He comes up the inside of the G&G Racing Yamaha. A little bit of head shake right there. He's actually holding on with both hands down the back straightaway. They slide into turn number 3. Such clear footage right here. The Insta360, the official action camera of Progressive American Flat Track. And speaking of Production Twins, let's take a look back at a recap from last weekend from the Production Twins class at the Springfield Mile. Morgan Mishra with the Ultra, looking right from the second row, getting a good start. That's Jesse Janet. Off of turn number 4, out in front, the 32, Dallas Davis. I'm impressed. I'm not surprised with the 32 putting on a clinic right now. That bike is just on rails right now. Off of turn number 4, your leader, the 32, Dallas Davis, is going to win the Springfield Mile in his first attempt on the twin. There he is, patting the back. Daniels out front, Janish in second. Now here comes Mishram. Janish closes the gap on the 32. Janish drops to the bottom of the racetrack. Off of turn number 4, here they come to the checkered flag. The double checks are waving. They spread out. They fan out across the line. Dallas Daniels undefeated here at Springfield. That was just a few days ago at the Springfield Mile. One legendary track to another. We're at the legendary Sacramento Mile. Down there underneath the grandstands, be sure and head on down there right now. The Legends of Flat Track signing autographs from 2:30 until 4 o'clock right underneath the grandstands. Stop by and see the event t-shirts are on sale. American Flat Tracker clothing companies down there. The rookies of 79 are down there. That is all underneath the grandstands. Vendor row set up right here in the front of the grandstands. A lot of tents to stop by and check out. There's some motorcycles all over the place here at the Sacramento Fairgrounds. The Cal Expo, Progressive American Flat Track, round number 15 already. Racing tomorrow is round number 16, and then a few weeks away, the season finale at the Charlotte Half Mile. We've got 2 championships really close. One championship could be decided right here today is the Production Twins class. We're just moments away from getting back on the racetrack. Mission Super Twins qualifying round number 1 is up next. AFT Singles qualifying round 2 is after that. AFT Production Twins, their second round of qualifying will follow, and then the Mission Super Twins qualifying round number 2 is after that. 4:45 p.m. West Coast time is our opening ceremonies here today. Beautiful setting. There's a nice pond in the middle of the racetrack. I don't know, they can almost call this a lake. It almost takes up the entire infield. We use the inside of the front straightaway for our pit area. You got the pond set up. The personal vehicles are outside, or the inside turn 1. Yeah, that definitely looks like a pond Kenny Tolbert will like. I don't know if he's ever gone fishing out here. Kenny Tolbert loves to fish. If he's not building Indian motorcycles, he is always fishing. And it looks like the Super Twins are starting to roll around just a little bit, put some heat in those motorcycles. They are up next. Mission Super Twins qualifying at round 1, so this is where they will get their first qualifying effort. So far, the fastest lap for the Mission Super Twins was actually their first practice session, so unlike the other 2 classes, the Super Twins were faster in the first round of practice, a 3:8.055. While we were away, they did put some more water down. They've swept off some of the corners, trying to widen that groove a little bit for our riders and for you fans, trying to make for some better racing in the corners especially. So Davis Fisher was fastest in the first round of practice, a 3:8.055. Jared Meese was fastest in that second round of practice with a 3:8.474. But now is when the qualifying times begin, which are very important. How you get qualified will set your starting lineup for your semifinal, and we know you want to be on the front row, and we know you want to be first and second in your semi to make it to that mission challenge. Up next, here they come rolling onto the racetrack. There's the one of Briar Bauman. He is our points leader and 2-time defending champ. The number 9, the jammer, Jared Meese. 44 is Brandon Robinson. The 20 is Jared Vandekoy. 95, J.D. Beach, and the 67, Dashing Davis Fisher. This time, Meese goes out the back of the pack. That's what Brian Smith likes to do. Jared Meese has won here 2 times, back in 2018 and 2019. And actually, 2 riders in this class have won out here at the Sacramento Mile in the Premier class. Brian Smith has won here 7 times, and Jared Meese has won here twice. The winningest rider at this racetrack, Scotty Parker, 13 wins out here. He is here. I saw him last night at the hotel. They got in late. Him and his wife Wanda are here to watch the Sacramento Mile. The winningest rider in American Flat Track. 94 Grand National victories, 9-time champ. Riders in this group a little bit spread out, with the exception of those 2 riders right there in second and third on the racetrack, the 44 of Brandon Robinson, the 95 of J.D. Beach. Maybe they've decided to work together a little bit. Look at Robinson getting the drive off of turn 2, kind of leaving J.D. behind him, so J.D. might have spun it up a little bit coming off of 2. Leader's already coming off of turn number 4, the 1. Factory Indian Motorcycle Progressive Insurance SNS cycle number 1. Briar Bauman, his tuner, Dave Zanotti, and Michelle DeSalvo, California rider. Now she's mechanicking for the number 1 bike. They're still in the very bottom of the racetrack. Even if they did all the prep, put the water up on the racetrack, swept off the loose stuff, and they're still running the very bottom of the track. Meese gets by Vandekoy going into turn number 1. Maybe they're going to try to work together and see if they can go lay down some quick laps. And then the fastest lap from this round or the next round will get them qualified into their semifinals. Briar Bauman at the head of the class, 3:7.642. That's the fastest lap of the day, a 3:7.642. The top 3 in the 37-second range. That's the fastest laps we have seen, so evidently the track prep definitely worked. Briar Bauman, 3:7.642. Jared Meese second, 3:7.820. That time for Briar was a 41-second range, but this is what we want to see. Heads-up race between Briar and Jared, and it's first and second right now. Now Jared goes to the head of the class, 3:7.596. The last lap by for the number 9 bike was his fastest lap of the day. There is Jared Meese. He's a little bit easier to find. Pulls the front wheel coming off turn 2. That's getting the traction onto the rear wheel, getting it hooked up, and then tucks into a draft. Jared Meese in the top spot here in qualifying round 1, 3:7.596. Briar Bauman across the start-finish line. White flag is out for the number 1 rider. 3:7.642 is his fastest lap. Davis Fisher up there in the 3rd spot. Now that was his fastest lap for the 67. Jared Meese even faster at 3:7.356. They have found some speed out here in the Super Twins class. 3:7.356. The fastest lap in the first round of practice was a 3:8.055. So the Super Twins are finding some speed. Definitely after the trek prep is all done. After the track prep, the track is averaging 3 miles per hour faster than it was just a few moments ago. There's Breyer going into turn number 1. Here comes Robinson. The 95 Davis Fisher caught those two. Right there, that definitely helped. Fisher to the top spot. He had the double draft across the line right there. And just as I say that, Jared Meese drops it down all by himself with a 3:7.101. That is a full second faster, basically, than his first practice. The first practice session was a 3:8.055, so a 3:7.101. Dropping the hammer. Davis Fisher second, 3:7.180. Briar Bauman third, 3:7.377. What was impressive about that for me is he was by himself. He had a little bit of a help from Van de Kooi, just a little bit, and helped him get the draft up to speed. But Meese, fast time so far, 3:7.101 for the number 9 rider. Davis Fisher, number 67, is second, 3:7.180. Briar Bauman, the 1, 3:7.377. 95, J.D. Beach. 44 is Robinson. 20 is Van de Kooi. Group number 2 rolling onto the racetrack. 92, Brandon Price. 36, Colby Carlisle. 69, Sammy Halbert. 27, Robbie Pearson. 43, James Rispoli. And the 4-bike, last time out here this weekend at the Sacramento Mile, is Brian Smith, the Piper, the winningest active rider here on this racetrack. Brian Smith has 7 wins here in a row. They were from 2011 to 2017. Fastest laps of the day. We just saw him in that last group, 3:7.101 for the number 9 bike. This is group number 2, Super Twins. Just getting up to speed. 36, Colby Carlisle brings him off of turn number 4. 92 right behind him. That is Brandon Price. Green flag is up. Sammy Halbert lurks back there in the shadows on the 69. Still running the bottom of the racetrack, even after they swept off the marbles and put some water down. The fastest way around right now appears to be right on the bottom of the turns. Drift up the racetrack, go up there by the wall. There's the guardrail on the backside. And back to the bottom, going into turn number 3. Look at 43, James the Rocket Rispoli. 27, Robbie Pearson. They're back there 9th and 10th right now. Carlisle down to the start-finish line. Sammy Halbert gets by Price. Maybe pulled out a little bit early. Nope, makes the pass up the inside. Next on the agenda for the 6-9 is to get by the 36 bike. Carlisle leads the group. Sammy Halbert up to 4th now in that lap at 3:7.477 for the 69 bike. Still the 36 leads him down the back straightaway. Sammy Halbert sneaking a peek up the inside. Here comes the 92 of Price. Price currently in the 12th spot right now. Carlisle's got company. The 69 on the back tire, slamming Sammy Halbert. Has caught up to Carlisle coming off of turn number 4. Gets back in line. He'll pull out, make the draft pass right here at the start-finish line, and they're side by side, but it goes ahead. Sammy Halbert leads the group into turn number 1. He is right now 4th quickest in this qualifying round. This is the first round for the Super Twins class. 3:7.101 for the 9 bike, Jared Meese. Behind him is the 36 of Carlisle. Carlisle currently 11th quick. Brian Smith, the 4 bike's finding some speed. He is up to 5th quick now on the number 4. It's the Crosley brand Howerton Indian. Used to be the Kawasaki, that's my fault. Riding Indians. There he is back in the background right there, the 4 coming towards the front. He is currently 5th right now, 3:7.631. That was his fastest lap. Brian Smith getting a little bit faster. The 4 bike up to 5th. Brian Smith, 3:7.631, about a half a second slower than the quick time of Jared Meese. This is the first round of qualifying for the Super Twins class. There's Smith, doing it by himself. The back of the pack, he likes going out there, doesn't want to show anybody his lines. And doesn't actually work with anybody in these practice and qualifying sessions. Checker flag is out for Sammy Halbert, Colby Carlisle, Brandon Price, Robbie Pearson, Rispoli. And there's the 4 bike right there of Brian Smith. Sammy Halbert, 3rd spot. That last lap was fastest for Sammy. 3:7.218. Slide Breyer back to 4th. The 3:7.377. And Brian Smith with a 3:7.631. So our championship contenders 1st and 4th for the top 2. Robinson 3rd in the point standings, back there in 10th right now. Jared Meese at the top spot. 3:7.101. The fastest lap of the day was just turned in that first group of Super Twins. Davis Fisher second, 3.7.180. Sammy Halbert third, 3.7.218. Briar Bauman fourth, 3.7.377. Briar's in fourth, 3.7.377. Keeping track of the championship contenders. Up next, we shift gears. AFT singles set to go. 3 groups, 28 riders. The first group getting set to go. Here they come. Number 1, Dallas Daniels will lead them out. 18 is Maxwell. 13, Morgan Missler. 15, Mikey Rush. 21, Trevor Bruner. 48, Trent Lowe. 143, Cody Kopp. 51, Cole Zabala. 38, Tanner Dean. And the 52, Shayna Texter Bauman, who was quickest in their first round of qualifying. Look, nobody wants to drop the hammer. They're coming out as slow as possible. They all go to the high side. Who's going to go first? It looks like one of the Turner Hondas says, I'll take it from here. They're all kind of lollygagging, getting up to speed. And now they start picking up the pace. Shayna Texter Bauman, she is at the back of the pack. Here they come. One Turner Honda's way out in front. It's either the 51 or the 21. It looks like the 51 of Cole Zabala, so he will have nobody to work with. Here comes a couple of more Hondas back there. The 38 and 143 Cody Kopp, second and third on the track. And the 13 of Morgan Mishler. Green flag away. This time by said, Zabala said, I'm not waiting around all day. He picked up the pace right away, dropped the hammer. Kopp up the inside 143. Tanner Dean, the 38. First impression race team has those beautiful blue wheels out there. Easy to find him on the racetrack, him and his teammate Ryan Wells. Take a look back there. Shayna Texter Bauman right behind the 21 of Trevor Bruner. And she back up her first qualifying effort. Fast time for the singles, 39.810. First lap to just get up to speed. Look at Maxwell, second place in the points innings. Currently 8th right now, but the times are just going to be recorded right here, so it'll get a little bit faster. Here comes Trent Lowe looking up the inside on the 48 bike. And Trent Lowe goes to the top spot, 38.705. See if that will hold up. Here comes the one by the 15, and Trent Lowe still at the top spot. The Wally Brown Racing Suzuki, 38.705. That is the quickest lap of the day in the singles class. In practice, they were at a 40.4. In qualifying round 1, they were 39.8. And now Trent Lowe, 38.705. The 48 bike is the quickest on the racetrack. He is on the white Suzuki, it looks like today. The Wally Brown Racing Suzuki with help from Rowdy Energy. Shane Texter at the back of the pack. Here in the back, the two Essence and Yamahas are behind them. There's the 48. Actually, it's yellow. I thought he was wearing white. He's got white leathers on his yellow Suzuki. Here he comes, and he's back there working with a 13 of Morgan Mishler. 48 bike up in the top spot. Now Tanner Dean goes ahead of the class, 38.642 for the 38 bike. Tanner Dean, the fastest on the racetrack. 143 Cody Kopp is second, Trent Lowe is third, Dallas Daniels fourth, and Maxwell is fifth. Thanks a lot, Ed. Just heard a report there's possibly a rider down in turn number 3. I'm here, and I don't see anybody here. It looks like the 143 Cody Kopp is down, but he's up. He's up and rolling right now, but the red flag is coming out. I want to make sure the track was clear. So the first red flag of the day, Cody Kopp going down in turn number 3. He is up and already on the motorcycle riding away. So we'll take a look at the replay. Watch the right side of your screen, the 143. Oh, there he is, already going down, going into turn number 3. He's up there just trying to hang on to it, trying to stay on top of the motorcycle. He already has the best save of the year at the Peoria TT, and that one right there is just trying to stay on top of the motorcycle. And he's already back to the hot box, and he said, he's shaking his head, yeah, he's all right, but we'll stop him at the hot box. 143 Cody Kopp looking for the Rookie of the Year. Here is the best save of the year. We'll watch this one one more time. That's Cody Kopp all the way off the motorcycle, dragging his left knee on the ground. Somehow gets on the motorcycle. And look at that. He only lost one position. Cody Kopp, his rookie season, but you wouldn't know it by the way he rides. He is looking for the Rookie of the Year. And that's $5,000 up for grabs from Mobile View. Rookie of the Year award. 143 Cody Kopp is our leading contender for the Rookie of the Year, and people are trying to get him to ride for him next year. I'm hearing some rumors that some of the teams are trying to pick him up. Silly season will begin pretty soon. We'll start hearing some rumors here in the next couple of weeks. And we talked to Ricky Rackman earlier. I'm Scotty Dubler, and now let's check in with Kristen B. Kristen, what's happening down there?
Well, thank you, Scotty. As you mentioned, silly season is just now kicking off, and a few things that we've talked about in the pits. The most valuable free agents when you enter silly season. And in this sport, a lot of riders work on one-year contracts, so that makes your last race, you're only as good as your last race. You hear that all the time. It makes your last race so important. And was when we look at this weekend in the singles class especially, I look at riders like Shayna Texter. She will undoubtedly be one of the most valuable free agents entering this time. And when you also look at someone like Cody Kopp, as you mentioned, he's a variable rider. So when you look at Cody Kopp, you don't know what he's going to be capable of with a new team. And so when you're, I always try to pretend that I'm a head coach, that I'm a GM. Who am I going to put on my roster? So, Scotty, I'm going to toss it up to you and ask you a question. Who would be on your 3-rider roster if you could develop one for the singles class?
Ooh, the singles class. Well, you can't count out Dallas Daniels. I don't know if he's going to stick around for the singles class. Maxwell trying to win his championship. I like Morgan Mishler. If you want a young gun, I think Cody Kopp would be up there, maybe make it one of my top 3. That's a hard one, Kristen. That's a great question. Maybe we'll check in with that question with Bullet Brad Baker when he comes back up here. That is a great question. We'll follow that one. I like that. The top 3 I'd pick, man, it's anybody. This class is so close. Dallas Daniels definitely has got to be probably the odds-on favorite. He's looking for his 2nd championship in a row. That's why he's got the #1 plate. He is currently won the championship last year. He's leading points today. Tanner Dean is having a good solid day. 3:8.520 is our quick time so far. Cody Kopp is 2nd before he had the lay down going into 3. The green flag and the white flag going on. One more lap to go in this AFT singles. 2nd round of qualifying, group #1. There are 3 groups in the singles class. Tanner Dean at the top spot. Again, they're just getting up to speed, so last lap was a 4:0.024. But again, just coming up to speed on this lap, so it takes a little while. There's 3 Hondas going up into turn #3 together, and there's a couple of KTMs. Here comes the 18 bike rider in the back wheel of Trevor Bruner, the 18 and the 21, but the Honda's bringing them off of 4. The 38 Tanner Dean is there. Cody Kopp is there. Here comes one of the other Turner Hondas up the inside. Checkered flag is out. 51 Zabala caught the draft right there on the front straightaway. Again, they're just working on some practice. Shayna Texter Bauman to the head of the class on the last lap. Wow, the 52 lays it down again, 3:8.349. And just as I say that, Dallas Daniels lays down the fastest lap of the day for the singles class on that last lap, the #1 rider, 3:8.243 on the last lap. Dallas Daniels is our fast time of the day in the singles class so far. There are still 2 groups to go. I don't want to hand out that award just yet. 52, Shannon Texter Bauman slides back to 2nd, 3:8.349. That was her fastest lap. Also, the fastest lap on that session was the 21 on that last lap. Trevor Bruner, 3rd, 3:8.443. Tanner Dean will go back to 4th. Mikey Rush moves up to 5th. The last lap was fastest for him, too, 3:8.568. Actually, it looks like just about every rider out there, their last lap was their fastest, with the exception of Cody Kopp, the 143. And Tanner Dean, the 38, but everybody else, that was their fastest lap. So the track getting faster for the AFT singles riders. Up next, group #2, 99 Kevin Stallings, 26 Aiden Rusev, 54 is Michael Enderbitz, and 94 Ryan Wells, 124 Hunter Bauer, 110 Damon Ream, 243 Jared Lowe, 11 Andrew Luker, and the 55 Tyler Raggio. This is group #2. Now the time to beat. Dallas Daniels, 3:8.243. Leaders already off of turn #2. Looks like they're really spread out in this one. I think this was the group where they were all stacked together just a couple of moments ago in the earlier session. Down the back straightaway, they're side by side for 1st and 2nd. That didn't last very long. Going into turn #3, the 124 goes by. That's Hunter Bauer, goes by Jared Lowe. It's their get up to speed lap. AFT singles. Current point standings, Dallas Daniels. He's also fast time so far. Maxwell 2nd in the point standings we come into today. Morgan Mishler 3rd, Mikey Rush and Trevor Bruner rounding out your top 5 in the point standings. Top 2 pulling away. Here comes a big group of 4 riders across the start-finish line. The 26 is Aiden Roos. 7's up the inside. The 99 of Kevin Stallings. Luker is there on the 11. 4 riders trying to work together in turns 1 and 2. 26 is leading this freight train. Here comes the 110, Aiden, I'm sorry, that's Damon Ring going up the inside of the 11 of Andrew Luker. They're nose to tail through 3 and 4, trying to work together. Big, dark groove down there in 3 and 4, right on the bottom of the racetrack. Bill Dallas Daniels fastest on the leader. The speed chart. Take a look. Aiden Rusev is the 26, up to 11. Kevin Stallings right behind him in the 12 spot, the 26. Rider down right here on the screen. Got a rider down. Looks like Damon Ream throws it down. He's up and okay. The airbag suit definitely deployed on the 110. Ream is down over there in turn number 2. And the red flag is coming out there. A red wheeling lights on the racetrack all the way around the track. But Damon Ream on the deck for the first time today, right there outside turn number 2. He's up picking up the motorcycle. You see that airbag suit is puffed up. It definitely deployed on the 110 bike. That's the Waters Auto Body bike. He can feel the airbag suit right there. It's almost like he can hear me. So we'll take a look at the replay. Watch the third rider. Looks like he just lost the front end and the right foot came off the foot peg, and he just was hanging on, trying to save it. And when that front end washes, you're just trying to play catch up. That's the easiest way to describe it. And, of course, that airbag suit can feel when something different's going to happen, and it deploys when you get out of shape. And he just never could catch the front end of the motorcycle and just lost it. And went for a low side and a nice slide down into turn number 3. Didn't even get up into the air fence, but when that front end just washes out from underneath you, it's hard to play catch-up and get that bike back up onto 2 wheels. So he just went for a nice little slide down there in turn number 2 at about 80 miles an hour. No harm, no foul. As Damon Ream, he is currently 14th. He turned pro right before the New York short track. He's raced 4 AFT singles races, and he's made all 4 main events. You can see he's got his airbag suit opened up right now to try to let it cool off a little, try to let him cool off a little bit, but the airbag did deploy. And he's coming back this direction. He'll take it to the attention of the Waters Auto Body team. Does have a teammate out there, the 124 Hunter Bauer. He is in the same group out here on the Waters Auto Body KTM NKR Canada team. So the umbrellas are out there to try to keep these folks cooled off. So look at the next group staged up over here in the staging area. Back onto the racetrack, there's the 99 of Kevin Stallings. And the umbrellas out there from Mom and Dad. Try to keep them cool. Ream pulls up. Looks like they're not even working on the motorcycle, just maybe trying to help the actually not even working on the airbag suit either. Yeah, now there goes Dave trying to squeeze the airbag suit back down, trying to get it taken care of. Most of these airbag suits come with 2 deployments. They can actually go off 2 separate times, and then you got to send them back to whoever's made those airbag suits. They are mandatory this year here in Progressive American Flat Track for rider safety. So looks like he's all right, taking a little drink. Looks like that's Hunter Bauer's dad down there again trying to help deflate that. That's Pete DeSantis down there also helping out. He's a good rider. We're going to take a quick commercial break. When that track's ready to go, we'll get back on the racetrack. AFT Singles, Group number 2. We're in qualifying, round number 2 here at the Sacramento Mile. We will be right back. More qualifying when we return.
America's motorcycle lawyers. We understand the challenges riders face every day. As riders, we want to share the road and be seen by motorists. Remaining visible is critical to our safety and well-being. That's why we work tirelessly to promote motorcycle safety and awareness. We're proud to support our community that includes riders of all stripes. If you've been injured in a motorcycle accident, call 1-800-LAW-TIGERS or visit lawtigers.com. The Law Tigers, America's motorcycle lawyers.
Have you checked your tire pressure recently? Setting tire pressure is easy with the ProFill Air Chuck by Motion Pro. This unique tool allows you to reach even the most difficult to access valve stems. Great for all motorcycles, ATVs and UTVs, and works great on your car, truck, and RV too. Find the ProFill Air Chuck and more at motionpro.com.
Bikes fire back up. Group number 2, qualifying round number 2, AFT Singles. The time to beat, 3:8.243, and they are off into turn number 1, now already in turn number 2, so this is their last chance to get qualified to take the fastest lap from round 1 or round number 2. Get the riders qualified into their semifinals. Out of the semifinals, will take the top 8 into their main events from all 3 classes. Leaders are down here at 3 and 4 already. In a hurry, here they come off the court. Group number 3 is getting staged up and ready to go for the AFT Singles class. Here comes your leader off of turn number 4. On the long front straightaway, green flags are waving. It's the 94, Ryan Wells, and then a group of 5 to make that 6 riders going into turn number 1. It's 5 riders. That's the racing we want to see out here. This is just practice and qualifying, but they're out here doing some testing on some passing right there. Luker's all by himself, the 94 bike. They'll just get up to full speed. There's the 11, Luker, the 55 up there in the thick of things. So that's Raggio, 124 Hunter Bauer in that big battle. 243, Jared Lowe catches a sniff of the draft. There's about 8 of them going nose to tail through 3 into 4. Here they come off of 4. The 124 of Bauer leads this second group of riders. Here they come off of 4. The 4 wide back here second on the racetrack, but they're 4 wide. Luker goes to the head of that class right there. Taking a look at the 26 Aiden Roos Evans. That 26 bike. They're making some changes up here in the booth as we sit up here and watch qualifying down the back straightaway. This rider gets the draft around the outside. The 55 Raggio goes by the 26. And turn number 3, Raggio from California. Here they come off of 4. Checkered flag is out for the 94, Ryan Wells. And a freight train behind them. Here they come. 54 Inderbitzen, 11 of Luker. Nose to tail across the start-finish line. That was second on back right there. What a good battle back here again. This is just qualifying. Take a look at the leaderboard. 54, Michael Inderbitzen moves all the way up to the 11th spot. Kevin Stallings on the 99 moves up to 12th. Aiden Roos Evans moves to 13th. Andrew Luker was out there, goes to 14th. The leader of that last few session laps right there was the 94, Ryan Wells. He is currently 15th with Hunter Bauer 16th. And David Green, the rider that fell off, is currently 17th. Raggio is 18th. That was group number 2. There is the 54 of Michael Inderbitzen from Modesto, California. Pacific Tub and Tile 6D helmets rider. Taking them back to the pit area. Up next, the final group of qualifying for your AFT singles class. 182, Travis Pettin. 135, Ezra Brusky. 14, Jacob Lehman. 101, Grant Holmes. Also out there in this one is the 195, Clayton Williams. 111, Andre Oaks. 103, Michael Hill. 229, Noah Miller. And the 121, Jacob Cassio. Here they come. It is group number 3. The last round of qualifying for the AFT singles class. And they're rolling onto the racetrack. After this, Production Twins qualifying round number 2 will be staging up before they enter the racetrack. Down the back straightaway, Lehman on the 14 bike. Here comes the 182, Travis Pettin. The 103 is coming along with. That is Michael Hill from Milwaukee, Oregon. These riders we only see when we make our way out here to the West Coast. 14 gets in line behind Pettin. Pettin will lead him off of 4. Here comes the 14 up the inside using the draft pass. Not able to make the pass, so he actually pulled out a little bit too soon. So that was a lesson right there. That was going to school, figuring out what's going on. So the 14 caught up to the 182, tried pulling up and going around. He did that a little bit too soon. So next time, possibly what he'll do is come off the corner, maybe even let off the throttle just a little bit and stay right behind him, and then use the draft, and then down at the end of the straightaway make the pass. So he pulled out of the draft a little bit too soon and was unable to make that pass here on the front straightaway. We'll see if he does it a little bit different this time. He'll start catching the sniff of the draft right here. He'll pull up to the back tire of the 182. He catches him a little bit too soon. Again, he stays in line. He stays in line. He should be able to swing up the inside, and he's not quite close enough, but again, that's what they're doing. They're learning, they're practicing, and qualifying it all at the same time here at the Sacramento Mile. That was really good to watch, and these riders are taking notes every lap. Lehman back in line behind the 182. The 182 actually takes a look down, and here comes the 14 swinging up the inside, still not able to make the pass. So the 182 evidently has a strong horse out there today. Travis Pettin from Ramona, California. A.M. Ortega Fontana Radiator Simi Valley Cycles entry. He ended up on the podium last night. Was our fast qualifier last night, the Lodi Cycle Bowl, and ended up 3rd last night. And the 111, the bike, the rear wheel has stopped. It looks like the chain is off the motorcycle. It's kind of hanging down from underneath. That is the 101 of Grant Holmes, Springfield, California. Again, that chain is hanging underneath the motorcycle, so I don't know if it got in there and broke the case or not, but it definitely looks like it locked it up. He's trying to get out of the way. He's pulling that chain out, so hopefully he figured it out and got it shut down. And he's trying to get that chain unraveled up there on that swing arm. Keep on going. 101 again off of the racetrack. He's actually pulled off of the racing surface. That is at the exit, the end of the back straightaway. Here comes your leaders to the white flag. This time the 14 pulls out again a little bit too soon. And he'll get back in line behind the 182. Again, that 182 definitely has a fast bike here today. Travis Pettin, the fourth from Ramona, California. Jacob Lehman has a little bit more experience than Pettin does, but again, he's pulled out of the draft a little bit too soon a couple times, and looks like he doesn't have anything for him at the end of the straightaways too. So he gets close enough and sneaks a peek up the inside, still not able to make the draft pass. So Pettin's got a good run going on that 182. Not in the top, actually 18 spot so far. That's what's on my screen. So it's it looks really good for the 182. 14 not able to make the pass. Here they come to the finish line. Checkered flag is out. Pettin, Lehman, the 111, Andre Oaks from Fallbrook, California. There's the 195, Clayton Williams from Bakersfield, California. Oaks goes up to the racetrack on the 111. That's what you do. I mean, take that checkered flag, let it drift in the turn number 1. Andre Oaks up to the 19th spot. So that was the last group of qualifying for your AFT singles class. Up next, we have Production Twins. They're already staged up and ready to go. Combined results, actually qualifying round number 2 right here. Dallas Daniels, 3.8.243. Shannon Sexton-Bauman, 0.1 seconds off the leader. 3.8.349. Trevor Bruner, third, 3.8.443. Tanner Dean, 3.8.520. Mikey Rush is fifth, 3.8.568. Trent Lowe is sixth. Maxwell, second in the points, is back there in seventh. Holds the ball at Cody Kopp. Morgan Messer rounds out your top 10. California rider Michael Inderbitzen is 11th. Kevin Stallings is 12th. Bruce Evans, Luker, Wells, Hunter Bauer, 16th. Damon Raymond. The Production Twins start rolling onto the racetrack. Their final round of qualifying. Here they come. 65, Corey Texter. 62, Dan Bromley. 49, Chad Coase. 42, Jeremiah Duffy. 71, Pat Buchanan. 96, Jesse Janish. And the 161, Casey Cisco. Those are riders scheduled to be out here. Looks like actually Casey Cisco might be just coming out in that next group. So that's the groups I have. Maybe they got some different groups down there at the track side. But here we go. Final round of qualifying. The time to beat is a 3:38.607. Pat Buchanan in the 71, right by the 42 of Jeremiah Duffy. This is Production Twins. Final round of qualifying. The time to beat, 3:8.607. Pat Buchanan leads the group. Duffy right behind him. Here comes Corey Texter and Dan Bromley, the two PA riders battling for the championship. They're third and fourth on the racetrack. 65 is our points leader. 62 is second in the point standings. Then they got a big gap, and there's looks like a few Harley-Davidsons are working together at the back of the pack. Down the back straightaway, Pat Buchanan leads this group. Here comes Duffy on the 42, sneaking a peek up the inside. Duffy trying to make the pass and backs off a little bit sooner than the leader does. So the 49 and the 96 are working together at the back of the pack. And Corey Texter pulls up off the pace in turn number 4. Corey Texter. Now he gets going again, so maybe just blew the groove down there. Maybe he just got out of the way. I'm not sure, but there's Corey Texter. I thought he had mechanical, but he just pulled up wide down there in turn number 4. He's all by himself now in fourth on the racetrack. So Corey Texter, I'm not sure what was going on right there, but that was his slowest lap. Chad Coase goes to the top spot, a 3:7.881, so the track is definitely getting faster. Chad Coase to the top spot. Ben Lau second, 3:8.129. So the 25 and the 49 working together. They are first and second on the leaderboard. Actually, the 96 is back there too. 3 Harley-Davidsons, 1, 2, and 3. Chad Coase, Ben Lau, and Jesse Janish. That back group is the fastest 3 riders on the racetrack. Here they come up with 4. These last 3 riders are the fastest bikes on the racetrack. 49, 25, and 96. They're working together at the back of the pack. This is qualifying. Now Corey Texter to the head of the class. I thought he was off the pace, and now he's at the top spot. 3:7.326 for Corey Texter. That's the fastest lap of the day in the Production Twins class. The 65, he means business. 3:7.326. The fastest lap of the day just happened. Corey Texter's dropping the hammer. The track's getting faster, or they're figuring it out. Either way, now that even faster at 3:7.106 for Corey Texter, all by himself, doesn't need any draft. 3:7.106, so he must have just decided to get out of that lead group and go out there by himself, and he's put his head down. Chad Coase is second, Jesse Janish is third, Ben Lau fourth, Dan Bromley, Pat Buchanan, Jeremiah Duffy. With 65, the fastest bike on the racetrack. He's actually reeled in the leaders. Fourth on the racetrack is your fastest bike. Here they come off of turn number 4. Duffy on the 42. Swinging up the inside. Trying to get by Buchanan, and it does so going into turn number 1, but it didn't matter as the checkered flag is out. Corey Texter at the top spot, 3:7.106. Chad Coe second, 3:7.881. Jesse Janich third, 3:7.889. Ben Lau, 3:7.972. So 4 bikes in the 37-second range. That was group number 1. AMT Production Twins presented by Vance and Hines class. This is our second and final round of qualifying. Looks like the track's getting faster and they're getting dialed in. So we're in the 37-second range for the Production Twins riders. One more group to go for qualifying for Production Twins. Super Twins qualifying round number 2 is up after that. Opening ceremonies at 4:45 p.m., so just under an hour away from opening ceremonies. Then we get into our qualifying semifinals after that. Here comes group number 2. 161, Casey Cisco. 13, Morgan Mister. 60, Nick Armstrong. 38, Tanner Dean. 50, Jimmy McAllister. 103 is Michael Hill, and the 15 is Gary Ketchum. Final group. Final round of qualifying. AMT Production Twins presented by Vance and Hines class. One rider slips a little bit wide, gets out of line, now gets back in line. That would be the 103 of Michael Hill. .161, the Cisco kid out in front from Indiana. Actually, he's third on the racetrack. That's my fault right there. The 161 right in front of Jimmy McAllister. A couple of bright green Kawasaki's. 50 by Jimmy McAllister from Petaluma, California. Tanner Dean going the wrong direction once again on the infield. So Tanner Dean having problems on that Kawasaki. Once again, the 38, just like the last round. The 38 bike, that's the Walrath Racing, Hovey Racing Savage Custom Kawasaki, coming back through the infield the wrong way. So he'll have to take his best time from that last round. .60 by Nick Armstrong right in front of the 13 of Morgan Mishler. Mishler up there in the 5th spot, 38.139, currently 5th. Ahead of now Dan Bromley. There's the 60 by Nick Armstrong. He is in 9th right now. Again, the 38 off the racetrack. Tanner Dean had a good run at the Springfield Mile last weekend. Struggling a little bit here today. Looks like maybe some mechanical issues, not the rider, but the bike having a few issues. Mishler has the 60 bike in tow. You see the different tucks when they go off of turn number 2. Some riders reach up and grab the fork tube. Some riders reach up and grab the handlebar down there by the triple tree. It's all in rider preference. I've seen riders put their left hand actually behind their back. I've seen riders put their left hand down by their left leg. So it's whatever you feel most comfortable. Taller riders, Brad Baker explained earlier today that they'll actually, he thinks a lot of the taller riders reach up and grab that fork tube right behind the number plate. So it's all up to rider preference. 103 and the 50 bike side by side on the front straightaway. We're watching the 60 and the 13. Nick Armstrong on the 60 Yamaha, 13 Morgan Mishler on the Vance and Hines Harley-Davidson. There's a look at the 50 of Jimmy McAllister, West Coast rider, and the 103, also West Coast rider, Michael Hill from Milwaukee, Oregon. Kawasaki and Yamaha. Get their fastest lap in. Jimmy McAllister back in 11th. Michael Hill in the 10th position. Checker flag is out for the 60 and the 13. Mishler all the way up to 3rd. A 3:7.899. Nick Armstrong goes up to 6th. That was his fastest lap right there. Maybe he felt the pressure of the 13 bike coming in at 3:8.139. That was the number 60's fastest lap of qualifying round 2. 65, Coy Texter. Your fast qualifier today, 3:7.106. So your championship
championship contenders, the 65 at 3.7.106, and Dan Bromley back there at 7.38.213. Corey Texter trying to lock up the championship. It could happen here today. Texter has to finish up there. If Dan Bromley wins, Corey Texter has to finish 11th or better to lock down the championship, his second of his career. So we might see a #1 plate presentation later on tonight in the Production Twins class. Up next, final round of qualifying for your Mission Super Twins presented by S&S Cycle. They will come out again according to their point standings. Number 1, Briar Bauman, 9, Jared Meese, 44, Brandon Robinson, the 20 bike, Jared Vandekoy, 95, JD Beach, and the 67, Davis Fisher. So Production Twins pulling off the racetrack. Don't see all of the bikes there. Here comes the number 1 bike just now coming out of the Factory Indian semi, headed this way. He'll make it over there to staging just in time. There's James Monaco rolling over there too, right by the Factory Indian team. I see you, James. Good to see you at the racetrack. He's waving at you folks right here in the grandstands. Monaco actually was at the Springfield weekend too. Got to ride the mile with the Bullet Brad Baker. Getting set to roll onto the track. Here they come. 95, JD Beach right down the screen. 2 wins this season, both on the TTs, the Atlanta Super TT and the Peoria TT. He was wanting to win that one for a really long time. Finally got that taken care of earlier this year. JD Beach, the 95, Estenson Racing Monster Energy Yamaha. 1, Briar Bauman out in front, Vandekoy right behind him. A few little braking bumps starting to form going into turn number 3. And we have not been on this racetrack for almost 2 years. And the facilities actually was not a lot of workers were out here. It took a lot to get this one up to speed here for today's race. This is the final round of qualifying for your Mission Super Twins. Down the back straightaway, there's the 1 bike. Factory Indian Motorcycle, Progressive Insurance, S&S Cycle. There's the 20 bike. Jared Vandekoy currently 5th in the point standings. He had a good season going, had some gremlins last weekend at the Springfield mile. He was fighting that earlier today. Vandekoy sitting 4th in the point standings with 9 top 5s. Mission Foods Roof Systems of Dallas, Texas. Hudson Construction, Roofing, and Restoration on board the 20 bike. Jared Vandekoy, his teammates are the 44 and the 92. There's Davis Fisher, the 67. Davis Fisher, the 67 bike. Bob Lampier's Beaverton Motorcycle Racing, Dick Wall 60 Roof Systems, all on the entry list, the sponsor list for the 67. Currently 3rd quick, now 4th quick as Jared Meese goes to the top spot, 3.6.287. That is the fastest lap of the day, and that didn't last very long. Jared Meese even faster at 3.6.139, the fastest lap we have seen this weekend out here on the Sacramento Mile, 3.6.139. So listen to this. We started practice with a 3.8.055. They are now 2 seconds faster at 3.6.139. So the track is getting faster, or these guys are just riding harder. Whatever it is, they're dropping the laps down. The time. Davis Fisher, 3rd, now back to 4th. Vandekoy up to 3rd, his fastest lap. Now Jared Meese at 3.6.036. Fastest lap was last time by for the 9 bike. Jared Meese at 3.6.036. We're watching Davis Fisher, the 67. He's a West Coast rider. His dad used to be national number 12. Rex Fisher, the whole family made the trip down here to Sacramento. There's the 44, Brandon Robinson. He is back in the 8th spot. I don't have a best lap time for him, so maybe his transponder's not working. He's on the racetrack. Checker flag is out for Briar. The 1 bike up to 2nd. The 2 Titans, 1st and 2nd. That's what we came to see. Jared Meese and Briar Bauman. Definitely the 2 top contenders coming into the Sacramento Mile with 3 rounds remaining. Points gap is all gone between our top 2 riders. Briar Bauman now has a 12-point lead coming into today's event. It was 25 going into Springfield.
Jared Meese cut that in half. Now Brandon Robinson just jumped up to second. I just said I don't think the transponder is working. Robinson goes all the way up to second on that last lap. The only lap that I think was recorded for Robinson, a 36.039. Look at this. Jared Meese gets into the 35-second range. That's the first bike to get in 35s here today. A 35.969 for the number 9 rider. Meese will be the overall fast time. Robinson now second. Breyer is third. Jared Vanderkoy is fourth. Davis Fisher, JD Beach. Up next, group number 2, final round of qualifying. 92, Brandon Price. 36, Kobe Carlisle. 69, Sammy Halbert. 27, Robbie Pearson. 43 is James Rispoli. And the 4, it's the Piper, Brian Smith, the winningest active rider at this racetrack with 7 wins. Brian Smith is out there on the 4 bike. Struggled a little bit last weekend at Springfield. They've fixed a few things. He looked a lot better here in qualifying earlier today. 43 is Rispoli on the Harley-Davidson out there, the 43 bike. James Rispoli, latest Motors Racing Harley-Davidson flat track racing pro beam entry. Back there right behind Bugs Pearson. There's Price on the 92 bike. Price actually sat out around after said he tweaked his ankle there at the New York short track, sat out Peoria. See if he can find some speed. Now they got Robinson back in the 12th spot. So I thought he was second for a moment. Now he dropped to 12th. So the timing scoring folks are making some adjustments up here in the booth beside us. So Robinson was up to second. Now they've dropped him all the way back to 12th. Breyer up to second. That was a 36.255. Fastest bike on the racetrack. We'll see who that is. This is 69. Slamming Sammy Halbert moves up to the 5th position. Number 69 up to 5th. He's bringing Brian Smith with him up to 7th right now. Smith up to 7th. JD Beach right there in between him on the 95 bike was in that last session. So Sammy's out front by himself. Nobody to work with. 69 last time by a 36.807. He is leading the class off at turn number 4 onto the front straightaway. Sammy Halbert. Let's see what he can do to get qualified a little bit higher up. You know, if he's in the top 8, he'll be on the front row of the semifinal. There's Sammy. Oh, Sammy got a little bit sideways, hanging on to it, slips off the groove down there in turn number 3 and 4. That's about the same spot where Dave Green lost the front end right there, about the same spot over there in turn number 2. Might be a little bit of a slick spot over there, possibly a hole, not sure, but Sammy hung on to it, kept her on 2 wheels. This lap won't be very fast for Sammy because he had to way back up the throttle down there. It looks like there's a lot more rubber down here in 3 and 4 than we have in 1 and 2 right now. White flag is out for Sammy Halbert. His last time by was a 37.447, so about a full second slower after that little bitty bobble like that last time through turn number 2, costing 1 full second. Me still at the top spot, 35.969 for the 9 bike. He made a statement last weekend at the Springfield Mile. Here comes your leader. Onto the front straightaway, number 69, slamming Sammy Halbert. Checkered flags a waving. That's going to be it for qualifying for the Mission Super Twins class. Actually, that's all of the qualifying. We have opening ceremonies coming up at 4:45, about 40 minutes from right now. Talent should be coming back onto the racetrack. That is it for all the qualifying. Brian Smith pulls off 1 lap early right there. He's already parked his number 4 bike into the pit area. Hands the bike over to Ricky Howerton and Jeff Gordon down there in the number 4 pit area. So Brian Smith pulled off a lap early. He's up there in the 6th spot. Sammy Halbert was 5th on the number 69 bike. And that's going to be it for qualifying. 69 will take his bike back to the crew. Kenny Coolbeth Nyla Racing Indian. Briar Bauman 2nd. Jared Vanderkoy 3rd. Davis Fisher 4th. Sammy Halbert is 5th. Brian Smith is 6th. James Rispoli 7th. Robbie Pearson is 8th. JD Beach is 9th. That's going to be it for round number 2 of qualifying for your Mission Super Twins. That is it. So Jared Meese was fastest in the 2nd round of practice, fastest in qualifying round 1, and fastest in qualifying round number 2, 35.969, the fastest lap we have seen all day long. Opening ceremony is coming up at 4:45, just about 38 minutes away from right now. That's what opening ceremonies will be. And then we will get into, after opening ceremonies, we'll have our 6 semifinals, 3 from each of our classes. After that, we have the Mission Challenge coming up at about 6:05. After the Mission Challenge, we'll take about 5 minutes or so, and then we'll open up the paddock area later on at about 6:20 or so to go into the infield to meet your favorite rider. 6:25 until about 7:05. At 7:05, we'll ask everybody to please exit the infield of the racetrack, and then we'll have our 3 main events here tonight. It is the Law Tigers Sacramento Mile presented by Knauf Insulation. As soon as that track is clear, we'll send that Honda Talon out, help put some more rubber down on the racetrack. Richie Morris behind the controls. They got paddle shifters in their seat belts. They're all secured up in their helmets. They got gloves, pants, jerseys on. They're going to give some VIPs a couple of laps around the Sacramento Mile out here. Again, Dunlop tires on the Honda Talon to help put some rubber down on the racetrack. Opening ceremony is at 4:45, so if you're here with us, go down there and grab yourself the event t-shirt. They're right underneath the grandstands. The American Flat Tracker Clothing Company booth is set up down there as well. The legends were signing autographs. I believe they're just about done, but you can stop by and see. They might still be down there, but lots going on down there. Several vendors on board with us. The Flat Track store is here. Stop by and check them out. I checked out that store last night at the Lodi Cycle Bowl. So the Honda Talon coming onto the racetrack. One of the most anticipated side-by-sides to ever come out. 1,000cc Talon-specific high-output engine. Again, give them some VIPs, a couple of laps around the racetrack. Available in 2-seat or 4-seat models. Exclusive 4-wheel drive technology. Fox Q35 manual adjustable suspension built in Florence, South Carolina. And nobody does it like Honda. So the Honda Talon will take a couple laps. Opening ceremony today, 4:45 p.m. Main event scheduled for right about 7:15 p.m. out here tonight. It is round number 15, Progressive American Flat Track. It's the Law Tigers Sacramento Mile, presented by Knauf Insulation. Jared Mee set a statement last weekend. He won both days at the Springfield Mile. His quick time right now, 3:05.969 when we come back. Opening ceremonies at 4:45 p.m.
You own the job. The mornings that start too early. The nights that go too late. And every unexpected, unpredictable, unthinkable, unbelievable thing in between. You own it all. It's good to know you can rent whatever you need from people that do whatever it takes. Let's do the work.
Falken Tires is proud to be the official light truck tire of Progressive American Flat Track. Choosing the right tire for your truck or SUV is critical. And Falken has you covered, offering highway terrains to all-terrains through torture-tested mud terrains. For more information on Falken's full line of Wild Peak products, please visit us at www.falkentire.com.
Tired of replacing your battery every year? It's time to buy the world's best lithium battery, the Pulse IPT, with up to 1,200 cranking amps and unmatched reliability. There's no better battery for your bike. Visit Full Spectrum Power in the paddock today or on Instagram, Facebook, and the web. Start something. Power everything. Sideburn is the world's finest Go Fast, Turn Left magazine. It is available to buy at Progressive AFT's trackside merchandise booths and is the official magazine of Progressive American Flat Track. For more information, visit sideburnmagazine.com.
You don't take greatness for granted, and neither should your gear. We are Torch Eyewear, and we design sunglasses for protection, performance, and chasing your passion. For more information, visit our website at torcheyewear.com and click on our free Home Try-On program.
Whelen designs and manufactures reliable and powerful warning lights, white illumination lighting, sirens, controllers, and high-powered warning systems for various industries worldwide. Every part of every Whelen product is proudly designed and manufactured in America. On the road, in the air, and around the world, Whelen is trusted to be seen, trusted to be heard, trusted to perform.
Kicker Performance Audio is the official sound system of American Flat Track. Kicker's fully stocked line of products includes speakers, amplifiers, and subwoofers for your car and truck stereo systems, as well as those for your boat, side-by-side, and touring motorcycle. Kicker also makes Bluetooth outdoor speakers, over-ear headphones, and earbuds to pair with your favorite mobile device. To learn more or find a dealer, visit kicker.com.
For the past 40 years, SDI Insulation has been dedicated to helping Californians construct and retrofit super efficient residential homes and buildings that save money and positively impact the environment. When you want to live green and save green, call SDI, your building and home performance specialists.
Hey, it's the Cousins with Knauf Insulation. Did you know that all of Knauf's products use ECOS technology, which uses renewable organic materials instead of additives like phenol formaldehyde or petrochemicals like acrylic? That's why their product is odorless and has a brown natural look to it. Look for this unique appearance to ensure you're getting both Knauf's quality and sustainable green ECOS technology. Thanks for watching.
Mama told me not to look into the eyes of the sun. But do you know what I told her?
What'd you tell her?
I said, Mama, that's where the fun is. You probably don't get that because you're a lot younger than me.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
We've got some of the biggest names in progressive American flat track on Between Two Turns, but one of them couldn't show up today. But we do have the voice of American flat track, Scotty Dubler. And I would love to just have fun with you, Scotty, and kind of poke at you. But the truth is, you were very, very helpful when I came into the sport, because when I started, I really didn't know that much about the riders. And now that I've hung out with you for a year and a half, I still don't know that much about the riders, but that's not your fault at all. You used to be a racer, Scotty Dubler.
I tried. I had national number 43 for 2 seasons. I earned it in 2000 and raced with it a little bit in 01 and 02, but I went pro back in 1993.
How's the best you do? How many wins did you get?
No wins on the Grand National circuit. I never counted my wins, but the best I ever did at a Grand National, I got 5th in the Super Tracker class, maybe 4th at Indy. 4th or 5th, I can't remember.
Yeah, we just know it wasn't a podium.
It was black and white. Way back in the day.
Whatever.
Yeah.
Blake Griffin, my favorite basketball player, is from Oklahoma City, and that's where you live.
Yeah, Oklahoma City. And he was a star all the way through high school. Then he went to the University of Oklahoma, and I'm a Sooner fan, so I love Blake Griffin.
If we look on Wikipedia and we see the people that are famous that live in Oklahoma City, Blake Griffin's name will come up. Will Scotty Dubler's name come up?
I heard somebody's working on a Wikipedia page, but I don't know.
You can change it yourself, you know.
You can?
Oh yeah, I put on Wikipedia that I raised domesticated badgers.
on Wikipedia, your birthday's wrong, where you were born is wrong. I mean,
it says I dated Tracy Lords.
You did a terrible job at your Wikipedia page.
Yeah, I didn't put that one on. I noticed, Scotty, when you walk around here the track, everybody knows your name. All the fans love you. Many of the riders' mothers really love you. We won't talk about that. But the thing is, you know everybody's name. When I first came to Flat Track and we were walking around the pits, you were introducing everybody to me, and you remember everybody. And I've seen what I am most impressed of by you, Scotty. I just hit my stupid little mic on my nose. What I am most impressed with you, Scotty Dubler, is that we can go to an amateur race with all these kids, and you announce it like it's a pro race, which has got to be a thrill for them. But how do you keep all these names in your head? Like, I still don't. We're Springfield, right? See, I forgot that sometimes. How do you do it, Scotty Dubler?
I really don't know. It's just growing up in the sport. I love the racing. I like watching the riders, watching their style, learning where they're from, you know, how they got there and stuff like that. And I think that's part of the reason why I do my podcast called Off the Groove, is because I want to know the next up-and-comer, or I want to know some pro riders that maybe don't make it on the podium all the time. But, Ricky, I don't know. I don't like to read, so it's not from reading. It's not from studying. It's from going to the races, watching, and just learning and you know, just their style, maybe their helmet, maybe the way they sit on the motorcycle. You just start picking these guys out, guys and girls now. You know, there's a lot of girls racing now too. But I don't know. It's because I love the sport, I think.
It says on Wikipedia that not that you don't like to read, simply that you can't read. But it doesn't matter, because it still works great for you. We've had a really good time working this season, haven't we? The three of us, me, you, and Kristen.
Yeah,
we do have a good time.
Absolutely. Every racetrack we go to, there's a little something different. We'll go eat somewhere new. We'll have some fun. We meet up at the hotel and then go grab some food. But you know, we're trying to have fun in the sport of flat track. I mean, sometimes when they put their helmet on, it's all business, but it doesn't have to be all business the whole weekend.
I try to explain to the people that I know that have never experienced flat track that when you're walking in through the pits, that it really is a community in here, more than any other sport. And I've covered up motorsports for 2 decades.
It is a family. It's a great big family. And like, you know, for instance, at Springfield, the short track, some guy falls off, you'll see 10 people, maybe from 10 different teams, reaching down there to help out, to do whatever they need to do to get that rider back out there. Even if that's somebody that their kid has to beat, it doesn't matter. That's just what flat track is.
And Scotty also is going, as soon as the season ends, you start going right away, like calling ice racing.
Well, and next weekend I do enduro cross. You know, that's indoor stuff, and I do arena cross, I do ice racing, whatever I can do to have some fun and keep announcing.
Well, if you folks at home want to know where Between Two Turns ranks on importance here at American Flat Track, I can tell you right now that there's a truck right next to us that is just waiting for us to move. So unfortunately, Scotty, we could talk for a much longer time, but you're going to be talking for a much longer time all throughout the day. And I do want to say, on a serious note, thank you so much. You do such a great job. It's really sad that you're not going to be here next year and we'll have Ralph Shaheen, but still, on all these times, it's really been great working with you, and you've been helpful. So blame Scotty for all my mistakes.
I was looking for a job and I got this one. Thanks, Ricky. And I will be here next year, my 14th year, I promise.
The darkness is full of demons, hazy creatures who lurk in the shadows, prowling under the cloak of dusk. But we're not demons. We're beasts.
Rocky Mountain ATV MC is proud to support the Progressive American Flat Track Red Bull KTM singles team and racers everywhere from start to finish. by being the primary source for off-road gear, parts, and accessories. Rocky Mountain ATV/MC.com. Get ready. SBS is your single source for brake parts and components. From pads to rotors, shoes, and other important parts covering motorcycles, scooters, motocross bikes, ATVs, and UTVs. We create the power to stop you so you can go ahead. Find the right parts for your bike at www.sbsbrakes.com.
Honda's all-new Talon 1000 X4, the official sports side-by-side of American Flat Track, and the same vehicle driven during intermissions to condition the track. Featuring a high-tech 6-speed automatic dual-clutch transmission, quick-revving 1000cc twin-cylinder engine, Fox suspension, intelligent four-wheel drive, and stadium seating for up to 4. The Talons are now available at your local Honda Powersports dealer.
You own the job and everything that comes with it. The mornings that start too early, the nights that go too late, and every unbelievable thing in between. It's good to know you can rent whatever construction equipment you need from people who do whatever it takes. Visit us at catrentalstore.com.
Mobile View has been providing state-of-the-art LED video screens to sporting and special events throughout the U.S. and Canada since 1999. We use our vast experience of thousands of events to help guide the process of finding the right size screen to help make your event a memorable experience for your fans and sponsors. Cometic Gasket is the official gasket of Progressive American Flat Track. For decades, Progressive American Flat Track champions have depended on Cometic to seal their engines. Cometic gaskets are the professional standard for racers who demand the very best. For more information, log on to Cometic.com. Cometic Gasket, sealing championships since 1989.
Drag Specialties welcomes race fans. At Drag Specialties, our commitment to riding is a way of life. That's why we want to remind you that when you're ready to tackle maintenance or add performance and style to your ride, make your first stop a local dealer who stocks products from Drag Specialties. Drag Specialties. Enjoy the races.
Dunlop is proud to be the official tire of Progressive American Flat Track. What we learned from racing is rolled into our production tires, such as the Dunlop K180, a street-legal version of the aggressive DT3 Flat Track tire. With the K180, street riders can now have the authentic flat track tire experience. No other tire company has won more American motorcycle championships than Dunlop.
Have you checked your tire pressure recently? Setting tire pressure is easy with the ProFill Air Chuck by Motion Pro. This unique tool allows you to reach even the most difficult to access valve stems. Great for all motorcycles, ATVs, and UTVs, and works great on your car, truck, and RV too. Find the ProFill Air Chuck and more at motionpro.com.
Oh, it is so good to be in my home state of California. And you know what? I'm really happy you're here too, because we are going to witness something spectacular. There are only 3 races left in the 2021 flat track season. In 2 classes, it's wide open. Who's it going to be? Dallas Daniels or Maxwell? You want a title fight? Yeah, come here. We got a title fight. We're talking about the Super Twins. Jared versus Briar. Briar versus Jared. I can't wait. But before we go forward, we got to take a look back to the guy that called all the action last weekend in Springfield, Scotty Dubler.
Hey, thanks, Ricky. Let's talk Springfield. Our last round, Sunday and Monday, we had awesome battles, especially Sunday. We had a big group of riders, and it went down to the top 3 title contenders, Jared Meese, Briar Bauman, Brandon Robinson up there, all battling for the win. The main event here at Springfield, Illinois. Meese going to lead him in the first corner. Here comes Breyer up the inside, trying to go by Robinson. He wants to get there and keep Meese right there in his sights. Meese going to lead the freight train. Robinson there. Breyer's in third. Inches apart, over 100 miles per hour. This is what we came to see. The top three in the points battle for the win here at Springfield. Here they come off a turn report to Springfield Mile. Meese trying to lead him to the line. It's going to be Jared Meese trying to break the draft. And Jared Meese wins his 6th Springfield Mile. And they're off into the first corner they go. Here they come. They're 5 wide off of turn number 2. 5 riders to determine the winner of this one. The Jammer goes back-to-back. Springfield Mile wins.
The gloves are off. Jared Meese and Breyer Bauman made that very apparent at Springfield. And when you look at that matchup, it has layers, right? So Jared Meese, a 5-time champ at 35. Breyer Bauman, a 2-time champ at 26. Breyer Bauman at his physical peak. Jared Meese flexing his veteran knowledge at those chess match-like tracks such as Springfield. And here as we enter another mile, you can just tell there is elevated competition between these two riders. And I spoke with both of them about Springfield and looking forward to Sacramento.
I put myself in a position that I thought of the whole week on day one, and that was actually to win. So that's very rare for me. I'd never been in that spot, and when everything was said and done, I was really bummed out, and I maybe caused a little bit of drama on the podium. I'm kind of bummed about that because it overshadowed how well I felt like I rode. I still get fired up about having good rides. So I rode really good Sunday, the first day, and then Monday I rode the best out of everyone except for Jared, who was in another league really. So, which when I go to Springfield, I kind of expect that out of him. He rides there so well. His bike's really fast, which fast enough everyone protested it. And I was good. So the whole weekend I felt really strong, which is really rare for me in Springfield. So overall, I can't complain about the weekend at all.
I'm in a win-lose situation, meaning I got to win. Yeah. Because if I lose, I lose. So seems like there'll be a lot of pressure on me, but I got a great team, and after what we did at the Springfield Mile, I'm very confident in the 2 Sacramentos, and we had a really strong run going last year in Charlotte. So, these last 3 races, I feel like have my name on it.
Jared Meese has taken a 33-point gap and chiseled it down to just 12 points as we enter this first day at the Sacramento Mile header. And to be honest, I think it might have caught Breyer Bauman by surprise. It's been a slow-moving assault on the championship put forth by Jared Meese. And to be honest, he shouldn't have even been a part of the conversation at this point in the season. Jared Meese even told me earlier, this season should have been a wash for me. I sustained an injury before Atlanta. I shouldn't have been a factor at this point in the season. But he is. He is still very much alive in this hunt. And this is the championship battle to watch today, guys.
Absolutely. Qualifying was earlier today. There is the Jammer, Jared Meese. I got a text message from Chris Carr, said this is the fastest Sacramento Mile has ever been. He goes out there and lays down a 3:5.969. That's the new track record. Chris Carr says it. I've got to believe it. The 7-time champ knows his way around this racetrack. Jared Meese is making a statement out here today. But you can't count out Breyer Bauman. There he is, the big number 1. Second quick with a 3:6.255. He's got to keep Jared Meese right there. He's got to try to come out here and beat him. Again, just like Kristen said, 12 points between first and second. And Jared Vandekoy, a 3rd place in qualifying today. Had Gremlins last week at 3:6.499 for the young up-and-comer Jared Vandekoy. Captain Chaos making a name for himself. He's 3rd quick here today, a 3:6.499 for the number 20 bike. Up next, Davis Fisher, 4th quick out here on his Indian, the 3:6.593. Will this be the day he wins his first ever AFT Grand National main event? He is looking strong today. 4th quick. He was fastest in our first practice session. He settles in for 4th in qualifying. Also, some mentions out there. Sammy Halbert, 5th quick. He's won the Springfield Mile last year. He's qualified in at a 3:6.669. And Brian Smith looks much better here today than he did last weekend. He did pull off earlier in that final round of qualifying. He is qualified in the 6th spot with a 3:6.695. And now let's throw it down to Kristen Beat, who is with your singles champ and points leader, Dallas Daniels.
Dallas Daniels, 4 for 4 in Springfield. 2 wins in the production twins class, 2 wins in the singles class. Dallas, now as we head into the Sacramento Mile, obviously today you are not running double duty, focusing on the singles bikes, but how does that confidence from Springfield maybe carry over this weekend?
Well, I think
any race win always carries into the next weekend, no matter if the tracks are different or not. Especially after coming off Peoria, like the crash we had, and being a little injured and still being able to win on such a physically demanding track, and then able to go win at the mile. You know, today's a mile, and I know it was on a twin, but I mean, it was a lot of fun, and I think any race wins carries a lot of confidence into the next round.
When you're walking over, obviously we can't ignore the fact you have a right knee brace on, also a brace on your ankle, and I know you've said, I'm going to wait till the end of the season. I don't want everyone talking about the injuries that I sustained, but obviously, you know, we're getting to the end of the season. You sustained some injuries at Peoria, and moving into this weekend, will those injuries be a factor in your performance? I mean, obviously, we're racing within close proximity to our last race. How will that kind of wear on you?
Well, I think if I was going to have any serious problems, we would have seen it at Springfield. The track's really small, a lot of bumping and banging, and obviously I had a little more bumping and banging than I'd like. So having the crash and then also having real close racing on such a physically demanding track, I was lucky to not have any problems. And obviously adrenaline fixes most of them problems, and you're just not really focusing on it. So, you know, I've been really adamant on the therapy and icing and stretching and not doing any unintentional wear on it, you know, saving it for race day, which I'm not a fan of. I like to be training and moving around, so sitting around's not been easy, but when it comes to your job, you got to do what you got to do.
Dallas, best of luck this weekend. I know you're looking to make it 6 for 6 on the doubleheader here at the Sacramento Mile. We'll see if you can do it, guys.
Thanks, Kristen. It's hard to imagine anybody having a better weekend than Dallas Daniels last weekend. Let's take a look back.
Here comes Daniels. White flag is out for Dallas Daniels. Trevor Bruner, does he have anything for him? Off the inside, he takes Daniels down. Here comes Dallas Daniels putting on a charge. Up the inside of Bruner going into 3. Daniels to the lead on the Estenson Yamaha. Here they come up for Dallas Daniels to win. Bruner is second.
I'm impressed. I'm not surprised with the 32 putting on a clinic right now.
Off of turn number 4, your leader, the 32, Dallas Daniels, is going to win the Springfield Mile in his first attempt on the twin. There he is, patting the back. Daniels out front. Off of turn number 4, here they come to the checkered flag. The double checks are waving. They spread out. They fan out across the line. Dallas Daniels undefeated here at Springfield. 4 main event wins. 4 days.
Let's take a look at the point standings after Springfield. Dallas Daniels now with 231, 7 points ahead of Maxwell, who was 20 points ahead of Dallas going into Springfield. And look at this, Morgan Mishler creeping up into the picture, only 36 points out of the lead. And now let's go back to Kristen, who's sitting with Maxwell.
3 races remaining in the 2021 American Flat Track Singles Class season. And Max, this week actually, you've been spending some time with Briar Bauman, who is also in a championship bout himself in the Super Twins class. How has that helped you?
Yeah, it's been super cool this last week. Even though it's a short week, you know, from Springfield to here, you know, we had like 5 days off, but yeah, I feel really good, and it was good hanging with him. You know, good advice. You know, he's won 2 championships and gone for his 3rd, as Kristen said. So it was super nice hanging out with him and really just getting a good view of it. And yeah, we came here early and spent some time in his hometown growing up, so it was super cool.
Has Briar offered you any advice being in the position you were in? Because he has been in your shoes numerous times throughout his career.
Yeah, he pretty much just told me just like what I normally do, you know, just go out there and focus on winning the race, and yeah, the rest will come.
And qualifying earlier today here at the Sacramento Mile, it is our points leader. It took him a little while, but he came up to speed near the end of qualifying. Dallas Daniels is our fast qualifier with a 3:8.243 on the Estenson Racing Monster Energy Yamaha. He is looking to be the first rider to repeat the championship in the AFT singles class since that class was developed. He's got 4 wins on the season, and he's sitting 7 points ahead of Maxwell. Max not as well out here today. The 18 bike qualifies back in the 7th spot. He's second in the point standings. He'll qualify in with a 3:8.614, so about 4 tenths off the leader. not too bad. I think when it's go time, he'll put his head down, he'll rise to the occasion and make his way towards the front. Maxwell on the 18. And up next, Shayna Texter-Bauman having a great day today. She has won out here 4 times. She started the season with 2 wins early this year. She's back on track looking for another victory out here, and she is qualified in second on the factory Red Bull KTM 38.349 for the number 52, Shayna Texter-Bauman out there trying to pick up her 5th win at this race.
Weekend would be huge. This is a track that I really like. These mile races and racing a single, it's changed so much since I began my career. We went from, not shifting motorcycles, now all of a sudden we're shifting on the mile, and the riding styles have changed. We're much more in line than we ever have been, and the competition's so much tighter. So a win is huge, right now, and, to start the season off like I did at Volusia to get those 2 back-to-back wins was awesome. We, went through a little bit of a slump with some settings, but I feel like I'm back now, and Sacramento, I feel like, is a place that I can finally show that we're back on track.
And from one Texter to another, Kristen Beat is down there with Corey Texter, who's going to lock up the championship unless anything goes wrong today.
Corey Texter could very well clinch his 2nd Production Twins championship this weekend at the Sacramento doubleheader, and today, 11th or better will get it done for you.
Yeah, it's one of them things that I'm trying not to think about too much because there's still races to be run, and there's a race here today to be run. So I'm going to go out there and just try and win the race. In 2019, when I was leading the championship, I had DNF the last race. So I want to focus on the race and then let that other stuff sort itself out. But we're in a good spot. Yeah, I'm happy. It's been a long off season to put myself in this position. So go out here, try and race the track, try and race to win, and just try and keep winning for my team and Yamaha.
You mentioned your team. I think people sometimes forget that while the Production Twins class is still a complementary class to the Super Twins class, there are a lot of big teams still involved in it. There are big rigs, and this is like the little team that could. And as you've said in the past, loyalty is hard to come by in this sport, but you've been loyal to G&G Racing. What can you say about this team and their effort for you this year?
It's incredible. It's underrated, honestly, what they're able to put together, John and LJ. Just give me bikes that are so capable every weekend, and we're on a full production Yamaha. I mean, our engine, everything you get, the ECU, it's straight from Yamaha. My guys do a really good job putting the bikes together and prepping them, and give me the equipment I need. I think we're the best team in the paddock, man. It's just we're so efficient. Efficiency is big with what we do, and it's great to be in a position to give a small team from Southern California, father and a son, give them an opportunity at another championship as well.
I'll tell you, I'm having a great time, and we haven't even gotten started yet. Still to come, Kristen Beat goes one-on-one with the retiring Brian Smith. Opening ceremonies are just around the bend. Everybody's getting ready in the paddock right now. So we'll come back, and we'll get this evening started.
Hey, is that your stomach growling? Or the sound of thousands? Hey, is that your stomach growling? Or the sound of thousands of cc's circling the track? Fuel up for race day with Mission Foods. Rev those taste buds with fast and easy-to-create recipes that are Winner's Circle delicious. Try some of our mouth-watering tacos to piled high nachos, fresh chips with guac, and more. Start those engines, because Mission has you covered from the green flag to the checkered flag. Now that's too fast, too tasty.
Have you been involved in a motorcycle accident? Call 1-800-LAW-TIGERS, America's motorcycle lawyers. This should be the first call you make after a motorcycle accident. The Law Tigers will make sure you get the compensation you deserve. Call 1-800-LAW-TIGERS now or visit lawtigers.com. You won't regret it.
Cometic Gasket is the official gasket of Progressive American Flat Track. For decades, Progressive American Flat Track champions have depended on Cometic to seal their engines. Cometic gaskets are the professional standard for racers who demand the very best. For more information, log on to Cometic.com. Cometic Gasket, sealing championships since 1989.
Race fans, VP Racing Fuels offers a full line of power sports fuels, lubricants, coolants, and appearance products for track and street. From pro racers to weekend warriors, we help riders make more power. Ask your local power sports dealer.
Brought to you by Yamaha and its best-in-class lineup of power sports vehicles. For more information on how you too can experience the pinnacle of performance both on and off-road, visit YamahaMotorsports.com.
Born from the desire to inspire and create adventure and community, Super 73 is an electric bike brand fusing motorcycle heritage and youth culture. Founded in 2016 and based in Southern California, Super 73 has led the charge in pioneering a new approach to help redefine the electric bicycle industry. By emphasizing thoughtful design, responsible manufacturing techniques, and local community engagement, the brand continually strives to grow and expand into a true industry leader. Visit super73.com for more information.
On Friday, October 8th, Charlotte NC is hosting an epic battle. American Flat Track returns to the dirt track at Charlotte Motor Speedway for the 2021 season finale.
You see how bad these guys want it.
All the action, all the fun. This is a race you don't want to miss. The Charlotte Half Mile on October 8th at the dirt track at Charlotte Motor Speedway. Get your tickets now at AmericanFlatTrack.com.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to the Law Tigers Sacramento Mile, presented by Knauf Insulation. I'm Scotty Dibbler. Welcome to Progressive American Flat Track. It is round number 15 here to Northern California. Doubleheader weekend out here at this beautiful, legendary Sacramento Mile. Again, I'm Scotty Dibbler. Let's go now to the victory podium and introduce this good friend of mine. You might have seen him on MTV back in the day. You might have seen him at the NASCAR races for the last 20 years. He's a huge flat track fan. He grew up in Southern California. Let's welcome in the Reverend Ricky Rackman.
Thank you so much, Scotty Dibbler, and it is so good to be back in California. And we haven't been in Sacramento for a long time, and I'm telling you, we've got two classes. The championship hasn't been decided. Maybe one guy might clinch a championship. It is going to be exciting. I can't wait to get the festivities going. So first, I would like to introduce the Steve DeLorenzi, the president of SDI Racing and the promoter of the Sacramento Mile. Where are you, Steve? It is so good to be back in Sacramento.
Yes, hey, I want to say thank you to, first and foremost, is my family, my workmates at work, and also I'm excited to have you fans here. I want to thank you very much for supporting our efforts. It's been challenging, but we're here, we're rocking, and I'm excited to have Nicole Meese as our Grand Marshal, as she'll be lapping around here on her Indian representing women at the Sacramento Mile as one of the first women Grand Marshals for the Flat Track Series.
Very cool. Thank you, Steve DeLorenzi. Now I'd like to welcome Bill Toe, the West Coast Regional Manager of Law Tigers. And I can tell you that it's what?
Dow.
Dow? Look what they wrote right there. And they know I can't read anyway.
I can't either, so.
Okay. In any case, I do know about Law Tigers because I've ridden with the Law Tigers for, almost 10 years. And if you ride, you people need to know about the Law Tigers. And it's also great that Law Tigers is such a big part of American flat track.
Absolutely. We absolutely love coming out, supporting everybody, seeing all these people, all the motorcycle enthusiasts out there. You know, we're there if you ever need us, but hopefully you never have to use us. It's one of those double-sided swords, but, you know, if you're ever in a motorcycle accident, think of Law Tigers.
Yeah, thank you very much, Bill Dow, not Toe. But I will tell you, you hope you don't need to call the Law Tigers, but if you ever get in a wreck, you should definitely call the Law Tigers because they're also bikers. I've ridden with a bunch of the people from Law Tigers.
Absolutely. Every single one of us are out there on the pavement or on the dirt with every single one of you almost every day. It's our passion, and that's what we love to do.
Very cool. Let's also give it up for our Grand Marshal today, Nicole Meese. Is she going to come up here? Yes, she is. Nicole is staying so busy. Former racer, also promoter now.
Yeah, promoting the Lima Half Mile and the Springfield Mile next year. So lots of rules, but super excited to be out here and get to take the Indian around the track today.
And Sacramento is a pretty important track. A lot of great memories for you, right?
Yeah, I've had some of my best finishes here, and it's a lot of fun to go out there. We're going 120 miles an hour, so can't wait to get out there and turn a couple laps. First time on the Indian and first time I've raced flat track or rode flat track since 2015. So.
Very cool. Let's give it up for Nicole Meese. And now let's take a look back to last week at Springfield.
Here comes Daniels. Up the inside, he takes Daniels down. Here comes Dallas Daniels putting on a charge.
Here they come up for Dallas Daniels a win. Bruner is second. I'm impressed. I'm not surprised with the 32 putting on a clinic right now. Off of turn number 4, your leader, the 32, Dallas Daniels, is going to win the Springfield Mile in his first attempt on the twin. This is what we came to see, the top 3 in the points battle for the win here at Springfield. Here they come off of turn number 4 at the Springfield Mile. Meese trying to lead him to the line. Off of turn number 4, here they come to the checkered flag. The double checks are waving. They spread out. They fan out across the line. Dallas Daniels undefeated here at Springfield. 5 riders to determine the winner of this one. The Jammer goes back-to-back. Springfield Mile wins.
One, two, three, go!
Let's meet the top 5 in your Mission Super Twins point standings. 5th place right now, he comes to us from Philpott, Kentucky. 2 wins in 2021. He's riding for Estenson Racing Monster Energy on the Yamaha. Number 95, J.D. Beach. Currently 4th place in the point standings coming into tonight's race from Mount Gilead, Ohio. 9 top 5s on the season. He is riding for Mission Foods, Roost Systems of Dallas, Texas, Maloney Incorporated, and HCRR. It's the big number 20, Captain Chaos, Jared Vanderkoy. Third place in the point standings, that is his teammate. 2 wins here in 2021. He is originally from Oxford, Pennsylvania, doing it for Mission Foods, Roost Systems of Dallas, Texas, Hudson Construction, Roofing and Restoration. The big number 44, the Revolver, Brandon Robinson. Up next, second in the point standings, is your 2-time winner of the Sacramento Mile. He also has 5 wins here in 2021. He hails from Sebastian, Florida. Number 9 is on the motorcycle number plate, sponsored by Indian Motorcycle, Progressive Insurance, S&S Cycle, STI Racing, Rogers Racing. The list goes on and on. For the number 9, the Jammer, Jared Meese. And your current points that are coming into tonight's race from Salinas, California. 3 wins, 11 podiums here in 2021. Your factory Indy motorcycle rider driven for Progressive Insurance, S&S Cycle. Your California rider, number 1 in the country. It is Briar Bauman. And now let's go back to that victory podium. Here is my good buddy, Ricky Rackman.
Thank you very much, Scotty. I want to say a couple things. I believe that one of the Sacramento Fire Department truck is coming out here right now. And this is a time that we know what the date is. It's very important. But I also want to say that I know everybody else here gives a lot of thanks to all the men and women that work for the fire department that have been working so hard during these really tough times in this area. So when we see the Sacramento Fire Department truck go by, and I also want to say a name of a hero that I personally don't know, but I know that she was from this area, and her name is Nicole G. She was one of the 13 that was killed in the bombing in Afghanistan, and she was from right here in Sacramento, so that's just one more hero. And with that, I'd like to introduce the color guard from the Sacramento U.S. Army Recruiting Center. And now, ladies and gentlemen, please rise and remove your hats for Motor Racing Outreach, Raymond Rizzo.
Thank you, Ricky. 20 years ago, we as a nation suffered a tragedy. And I would like to take this moment for all of us to unite and have a moment of silence for all those that we've lost, not only today, 20 years ago, but the 20 years since. Moment of silence right now. Thank you. Our loving Heavenly Father, we thank you for this opportunity to honor all those that have gone before us, and thank you for their memories, and thank you for all their love and their service. Again, not only 20 years ago, but for the last 20 years. For our freedom, we're so grateful. I pray that you'd bless all those families that are missing loved ones. And I ask that you would wrap your arms of love around each and every one. And for those that are serving even right now, encourage them. Let them know they're loved and appreciated. Those that are serving, those that are veterans that are in our midst and watching by TV, I pray that you'd bless them. We thank you for each and every one. And Father, today as we race, I pray that you'll keep every rider safe from harm. Help them to navigate this track in such a way that they would have a big smile on the end of the day on their face. I pray also for their team, their sponsors, and their crew. Thank you for everyone that's putting this event on. We thank you for Steve, and we ask that you bless all the SDI folks and all the AFT staff and leadership. We thank you for each and every one of them. Encourage and help, and I pray also for all those that are watching, all those here today, that you would give them a wonderful day, a wonderful event together. And we'll thank you in Jesus' name. And everyone said, amen and amen.
Thank you, Raymond Rizzo. Now, formerly of the band Santana, to sing our national anthem, Tony Lindsay.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare bursting in air gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave.
I kind of got goosebumps. Let's give it up for Tony Lindsay. Nicole Meese is now going to be riding her Indian 750 around the track. And you know what? I got to say something right now as we are about to get the festivities started. We've had several moments of silence because this is an important day. We all know that. But this is also a day that we put some of our differences aside. I don't want to hear about your politics. I don't want to hear about your personal thoughts about the current situation. We are all here together. We are all united because we are all race fans. We've had our moment of silence. Right now, I'd like to hear from Sacramento a moment of noise. I knew California wouldn't let me down. Let's get this thing started. I cannot wait. Back to you, Scotty.
Thanks a lot, Ricky. Coming up in turn number 4, here comes the racing lady on the pink-wheeled Indian FTR 750. That is Nicole Meese. She is our Grand Marshal. The track is fresh. The Bullet, Brad Baker's up here in the booth. Brad, you were just telling me that a couple years ago you watched some highlights, and she actually ran up front, made the dash for cash out here at the Sacramento Mile. It's good to see her back on the track.
Yeah, definitely. I've had a really good relationship with Nicole and her whole family for her entire career. I was very lucky to be able to bang bars with her, and she could run with the best of the best. I mean, like I said, I was watching 2015 here a couple nights ago, just doing some studying, and she almost beat her husband Jared in the heat race, and she was right there with us in the dash. And she's done that at many races before, so it's awesome to see her back out here ripping around Sacramento.
How about it, Sacramento? Make some noise for your Grand Marshal. Right there's the racing lady. That is Nicole Meese. Number 15 used to be Nicole Cheza. I saw her dad last night in the hotel. He arrived with Scott Parker, the winningest rider in American flat track history. Nicole is taking the cool down lap right now. If you're watching at home, if you're tuned in on Facebook, it's time to switch on over to TrackPass right now. The races from here on out will be on TrackPass on NBC Sports Gold. From here on out, we have 6 semifinals. We have the Mission Challenge and our 3 main events remaining here today. Looks like she's coming by one more time as the Mission Super Twins are already staging up, getting set to go. She's at full song right now. Yeah, she's not backing down. She's not done yet.
You give her a couple more laps, I guarantee she'd be up on pace.
Yeah, that's the first time we've seen her on the racetrack. Got the Indian motorcycle out there with the pink wheels. There's the husband. He's not even watching. He's going to go get on his motorcycle because he's in our first semifinal. But I don't know. What would you feel like if your wife was out there, Brad? I mean, that's got to be a weird feeling.
Yeah, I mean, heck, they race with each other. I mean, that would be even a weirder feeling. I mean, this is normal to them, but yeah, racing together. I just, back when we were, fully racing together, I really never thought much of it. But the other night when I was watching, I was like, man, that is really cool. I mean, how many, husband and wife get to race at, the pinnacle level of a sport ever? So, yeah, really cool. I'd say that. Nicole is one of, if not the fastest girls to ever swing a leg over a flat track bike.
And she was married. I actually was the chaplain, so to speak, I guess the officiant there at Springfield Mile when she married her husband, Jared, at Springfield. And the racing lady's pulling that 15 bike off of the racetrack right now. That means it is time to go racing. Up next is our Mission Super Twins semifinals 1 and 2. We'll take all the riders directly to the main event. What they're racing for is those top 2 spots in the main, Brad, because they make it into that Mission Challenge. And there's $5,000 up for grabs. That's the biggest carrot, I think, that's hanging right in front of these riders' noses right now.
Yeah, they definitely want to be able to get in the Mission Challenge, but more importantly, you want to get on the front row. This track is definitely a track where, a start is crucial because it's pretty difficult to pass in the corners, so putting yourself on the front row is super important.
We see Jared Meese and Jared Vanderkoy just talking things over. Do you think they're going to work together?